Hey, how are you?
Good. Where you got me?
Next to Andrew, in your normal
Right,
seat.
Agenda today, huh?
Oh, yeah. Reminiscent of yesteryear, right? What? Yeah. Why, what did you, really?
Yeah, I started,
Oh, you're gonna pass out Kara's not coming, so now you're gonna be the sole member who hasn't missed a meeting.
still, no goal watch.
Thank you, Andrew.
It's like, hey, how are you? Good. So give me a free pass sometime? Ken?
Yes, yeah, I don't know what you get for that.
Can't do nothing, I guess.
Take that down to Mario's with you on Friday night and.
Yeah, then I'll bring you a cup of coffee.
Right. You may want to raise that.
Well, I know. I'm like, wait a minute, what?
The last guy that sat there was really, really tall.
So just go like that, right? Oh. I go up. Oh, that's perfect.
Is
I
that
think I
better?
could go higher.
What?
Oh, that was good. That's good. I mean, I have the longest legs. So even at work, if someone else sits in the store,
So that list you gave
everything
me,
good?
Yeah.
there's the same thing.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
Hey, when can I get the, come get the signs? You got
Last week.
We'll get it.
the- Oh, that's okay.
You don't have one? You don't have one?
No, I brought the first one back.
No, I'll get you one right now, like, you want it, or, yeah, want me to leave that for now, just,
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
All right, thanks.
Just signed today.
There were some extras. Amended.
I'm legislating.
Russ. Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah,
I'm
Russ.
still here. That's
How
good.
have you been?
I've been well.
Well, this is interesting.
Doing a lot of I just have hit a. I was doing a lot of travel work, so I just hit a.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Arrived for a real whopper of a meeting.
Yeah. We got a bunch of stuff, right?
Yes, we do.
Sites, so it's good.
Did you make a little visit?
Where? Over to the property, yes. So I've looked at that. I want to gather a few more pictures, but I think I could probably send them something. I'm just trying to figure everything out with maps.
It's a tricky one.
Yes.
July 20th.
This guy from like Clinton, you know, 'cause anyway, just
Yeah, I'll swing over to the synagogue and look again tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a whopper.
Uh-huh.
Lot going on, right? I saw that one, I saw that one. Greenwich Trail.
This is what happens during the summer. It all picks up.
Yeah, there's just a lot, it's active, there's a lot of construction going on. Trying to use it to produce sidewalk. From the house, yes.
Yeah.
How are ya?
Jackie?
Hi, Jackie. Steve?
Hey, how are ya?
Yeah, I know.
It is, you feel like a stranger in here, but that's not unfounded,
Well, this
right?
must have up more.
yeah.
How have you been?
Put all the new ones in this one.
I sorted them out.
Right.
A few items in here, huh? What? There's a few items in here.
Hi, Elizabeth.
How are you? Hi, Jackie.
Kevin, how are you? Pretty good. Good.
So anyway. From me. So what's different?
Stevie, did you get a chance to look at the table, what you had on the table? Did you see? Can I? You called me today.
Okay.
Yes, so I left one on the table that's with a blue. Yeah. And so this is the one you wanna operate off tonight, cause this was filed yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And so I just wanna, and so this is the motion to amend, and I just wanted to go over with you a couple things. So, 212 was changed yesterday, so it's removed.
Okay. Let me get mine. Grab your book. Okay.
yesterday, cause I couldn't change it. 106 Sucker Road is part of this to change this. So, to modify the.
Yeah, those were on the back here, those were.
But they weren't included.
Right.
So to talk about them, we should add them.
He was gonna come to
To talk about, you had mentioned that this was.
No, I
about-
didn't, and I didn't.
No, you told, no, because you were right.
No, we're not doing that tonight.
But it's not reflected.
Oh, no, I'm sending them to you guys.
Yes,
Yeah, but we're not,
that's what I thought.
we're not
So-
bringing it up
There
tonight.
won't be any discussion,
Guess what?
but just to note it as being carried under old business.
So now you have it,
Public
yeah,
hearing,
yeah.
but it's not under old business, like,
Oh, so you have it under, as a public,
I have it under public hearing, but I didn't.
you have it
Okay.
under all business
Okay.
public hearing.
Yeah,
so no,
I'm
I was
sending
just
you guys the notes.
All right,
Yeah,
good.
yes,
And then this one, I'm gonna go up to these two.
yeah.
And then,
That's the nature
I know, it's not, and then I'm like, listen, it's July.
Working these days.
I've been out of state a lot.
Yeah.
They're here?
North Carolina, Boston, North Carolina, Maryland. Yeah. Well, it's a the company I work with now is we do playgrounds for daycare centers. So we build, usually we just sell the equipment, sometimes we install it, or I have to go as a factory rep, or sometimes we do like I said, the full playground, so sometimes I
I didn't
just.
realize that, I thought. you were
Yeah,
just a-
no, I did local stuff for a long time, but I kinda did more and more subcontracting work with this company and then went out full time.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's good. We're just kinda like in an intensive, work cycle right now with travel, so, but it'll quiet down.
People are spending money now, it'll quiet down.
It'll quiet down. It's gotta. Yeah, need my sanity back.
One more thing, Steve. So, you knew Leanne wasn't coming today. Gary,
You told me.
okay, and then Kurt emailed me this morning. and he wasn't sure. What's that? What happened with the minutes? Let me. That's what you were talking about. Let me just check the May minutes.
Everyone would rather be in the lake.
That's true.
It's 22.
We can hold the
06.
next wetlands meeting at the lake. That's fine. We'll be
We
done
can
when it gets
raft our
dark and
boats
buggy.
together.
That's the one that should be added.
Yeah.
That should be added under
That's-
old business.
That's what I thought, under old business?
Yep.
Where?
No, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm wrong.
It should be old business.
And then, no, Michael Buhil, B-O-U-T-H-I-L.
Boothler.
Yeah.
What happened with him?
He has vanished. I have heard nothing from him.
That's what last month it was a no-show.
Yep. Previous month he was a no-show. The previous month I told him that he should get a survey,
He
so
was a-
if he wants a dock, and he said, great.
He was a
And-
no-show April and May, and
And he just has
so
continued
he's
to
still.
not contact me.
Is he out of time?
He might have one more, but
Is it, because I almost think it was dispensed with in April.
I'm gonna put it as J under old business,
Just
because he's, he was here, he's,
I think it was carried on last month's agenda and it should have been, I think it was handled in April.
he was a no-show in April.
1 second.
There you go.
Okay. I'd like to open up the Inland Wetlands Water Commission meeting for June 15th. It's now 7:06 PM, 7:07 PM. Roll call, Stephen Molinelli, Chair, present. Russ Davenport, Vice Chair.
Present.
Jackie Mulvey, Secretary.
Present.
Andrea Kowicki.
Present.
Jeff Lippincott.
Present.
Mary Ann Marino.
Present.
Leanne Marvin, absent, excused. Gary Paganelli, absent, excused. And Kurt Timoney, absent, excused.
He emailed this morning.
Okay, absent, excused. Under agenda review, there were a few items that became loose ends, and Pam and I spoke today, and I think we put them back together. One of them, add under old business, after H, make it J, and the applicant's name is Brian, Bouthiller, and it's 212 East Wakefield Boulevard. I'm not gonna go into a lot of detail because apparently it's a no-show again tonight, but we'll deal with it when it comes. Anything else under agenda review? We had the, we have a new applicant, application. It would be under new business. It would be Shane and Emily D-A-W-E. The number is 22-26, 348 West Wakefield Boulevard. The application just came in very late this afternoon, so that's added to new business. And there was one other, I believe.
Just reports on my two agent determinations for 22-07, as well as IWWC 22-08. The public hearing is there as well. So just my agent determinations will be in there.
Okay, that I have. Those were the two, that was a septic tank and a propane tank, I think?
Yes.
Okay.
2208 is old business.
Well, 2208 is old business. It's on old business.
That's Heffernan and Mc.
Yes, it's in
McTee-
old business.
Right here.
It's on the agenda.
There's a draft motion if someone wants, Andrea, if you want to read the draft motion. Yep,
This one,
yep.
under agent determinations, IWWC 22-07, applicant slash owner James Lawson, 106 Suckerbrook Road, proposal to install or repair an existing septic system.
And then,
And then this one, the owner Gervais, Juven and Catherine A. French, location 182 Shore Drive, map 114, block 105B, lot 103104, installation of a drainage pipe.
And those were both settled? Okay. Okay, thank you. We need a motion to approve,
just to modify the agenda, she made the motion, I thought.
second.
Jeff,
all right, under old business, we have to approve the minutes first, I apologize. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting with the amended items.
Okay, May 18th, 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
Mary Ann, any changes to the minutes? Okay, all those in favor of accepting the minutes and approving? It's unanimous? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, under old business, the first application is IWWC 22-08. It's a public hearing scheduled for tonight, and the applicant has asked that the public hearing be moved to July.
That is correct.
Okay, did they provide a reason?
The independent engineering review had not fully come back with enough time for them to address what had been stated. Did we have that back in the office? As
We
of
just
today?
got it this
Yeah.
afternoon.
We got it back this afternoon, so they're gonna get it and they're gonna address it, but they haven't been able to talk about the concerns, so they just asked to review and push it forward.
Okay, is there a motion to accept the request to move the public hearing back to July?
I'll make a motion to accept the IWWC-22-08 public hearing to be forwarded to July 20 inlet dwelling meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll
second that.
Okay, Andrea, all those in favor of moving it to July? It's unanimous. Just for informational purposes, did any notices go out regarding the public hearing for tonight?
No.
No. Okay, so they still have that responsibility. Okay. Thank you. What would be the date of the July meeting, Pam?
20th of July.
July 20.
20, thank you. Okay, second item under old business is application IWWC 22-10, which is a modification of 21-40, and it's at 104 Shore Drive to add a retaining wall between the driveway and the house. Please identify yourself.
Good evening, I'm Richard Rosale, the homeowner.
Thank you.
As stated, this is a modification to a previously approved project. What we've added is a retaining wall at the end of the driveway, on the front of the addition, and an expansion to the deck on the side of the addition to accommodate the moving of the main entrance.
Part of this application, we have minutes from the original application from, no, not your application, from the original owner.
Oh, sure, yep.
And you had requested a transfer of permit at that point.
Right, but we had made enough changes. that it
Changes,
wasn't-
right, okay. So you just want to go over the changes again with us? This way we're sure of what you want to do?
Well, the changes from my previous application or changes from his?
Changes for what you want tonight.
The changes are in the front of the addition, we are gonna add.
You say the front, meaning the
The
street?
street side of the
Okay.
addition, we are gonna add a 3 foot wide walk space between that and the driveway, along with the 2.5 foot retaining wall at the end of the driveway. Secondly, will be the deck that flows along the side of the existing structure will be extended approximately 4 feet to accommodate the movement of the main entranceway which will go in the addition of the structure.
Anybody with any concerns, Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a relatively minor modification so far as the amount that is changing. We can see it is in blue. We have comments from the surveyor in green here. There were some questions about how large the overhang was in previous meetings, and from staff it was shown as larger than it actually was intended to be. It's only a 1 foot overhang, which complies with regulation. The driveway's been tweaked a little bit. Most importantly, there's that retaining wall there now. If anyone's been out to the site, they will see that currently the driveway does not drop off drastically. It's a smooth grass slope going down to where the building is now. But because they're going to be cutting a little bit and bringing down and having that walkway in between, there needs to be a retaining wall. That wasn't shown on the original plan. It was a modification, a change. It also requires a return to the Zoning Board of Appeals because it's a change in the property. So we asked them to return to wetlands for this, as well as the expansion of the deck. They're still well within their, as you can see, their impervious surface coverage is still coming down significantly, and they're not getting any closer to their boundary lines. They're still having all their silt fence up, and all the activity is happening close to the road as opposed to the water. We're just at the edge of the wetlands setback zone. So this is any concerns about the additional activity and the additional earth movement. We are already wrapping this site in silt fence. The commission requested that there be a full wrap of the active area with silt fence during activity. So I think it's a very reasonable ask in staff's opinion.
Can we assume the water's all flowing the same direction as it was originally planned?
Any other concerns?
No, I've seen this side, it's pretty minimal.
Now, you said they have to go before zoning, or can we?
ZBA,
Can we
so-
approve this tonight?
Yes, this is a modification. So 2140, where the permit was transferred to Mr. Josephek as opposed to his contractor, was approved less than a year ago. So this can be a modification. It can be accepted and approved tonight. And the zoning board of appeals is where they have to go next.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve?
Well, we'd have to accept and approve.
We accepted it in May.
Oh, okay, so
We
just
accepted
need-
it in May. Correct?
But it's a
Yeah,
modification, you could approve it.
Yeah, but,
Either way.
okay.
I'll make a motion to approve modification of IWWC 21-40 at 104 Shore Drive to include the adding of a retaining wall between the driveway and a house.
Jackie seconds it. Any discussion on it?
Fine. Same conditions as
I
last time,
will,
right?
Matt,
I
yeah.
think it was on your,
Is the
so
bond-
same exact conditions as 2140, right?
And the bond is still in place?
Whatever it was, yeah.
Okay, so same 1 through 14, whatever.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor of approving? It's unanimous? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you in a few weeks.
The next application is 22-11. The owner is Sherwood Dawson, 538 West Wakefield Boulevard. And the proposal is the reconstruction of a residence and decking, new walls and retaining walls. And there's a second application by the same owner, 22-12, to install a well and temporary access. Are we gonna discuss this as two separate applications, or do you want to distinguish and come back immediately, but talk to,
I think that's up to you, how you want to handle it. The second parcel is included as, because we're putting a well on it to service the lot on the lake.
on the lake?
This is an application, my name is George Cutter,
My name is Martin Connor.
and
You have titles?
I'm the engineer for the project.
I'm the consulting town planner.
Okay,
If you want, I can just give you a brief background. I think some of the members
just
might.
prior to that, Mike, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, so I was just going to recommend that we consider these applications together because the well is feeding the house and is considered instrumental to the project and would prompt a full redesign without. I think they should be considered as one application if it's not egregious to the applicant.
No, it's not.
Okay, please.
This is an application that came before this commission in 2007 to reconstruct a house that was located on this parcel, 538 West Wakefield Boulevard. At that time, we proposed construction of a wall along the lake. That portion of the project was completed at that time. In 2014, we came back before this commission to add the well on the other side of the street, and we had proposed a driveway for this property on this parcel. And at that time, that was approved. Unfortunately, due to circumstances of time, our permit lapsed. We came back before the commission a year ago, and our time ran out. We since brought the plan back, and we have eliminated any driveway activity on the west side of West Wakefield Boulevard, and all we're proposing is to provide for the well on that parcel. The activity on it will be a temporary cut on the property with silt fence protection to get an access, a vehicle up onto the property to be able to drill the well. And then construct the water lateral to the house. We have variances for the structure shown on the property, and we do not have any activities within the wetland. The only activities we have are within the upland review area, which is the construction of the structure, which the original building was taken down. A deck, we're adding walls with 6, 7 feet. And a small retaining wall along this property line and level out the upper portion of the property. The original lot in the photographs that I put in, all the water directly discharged to the lake. And in constructing the wall that we, on the property, we now have 3-inch width of the block along the water, so that any runoff from the property is going to be reabsorbed into the ground and then eventually back to the lake. We provided a rain garden for the roof runoff and footing drain, and that will be absorbed back in and leak through the wall back to the lake. So that there is no direct discharge off the property. All the water will be absorbed and slowly recharged back to the lake. So there are no activities there. In the wetland, we have variances for the structure and the deck and the walls and the coverage. We provided a permeable parking space adjacent to the structure, since we've eliminated and reduced the amount of activity we've had previously approved by this commission, so that the only activity across the street would be to provide the well for the lot.
Two questions I have. Does the wall, the lake wall exist now?
Yes.
And you're not doing anything to that lake wall?
No.
How is the water gonna discharge through the lake walls?
It's a pervious block wall with stone behind it, so that you have joints at every block to be able to slowly allow the water to recharge. There is stone behind the wall. The sand filter for the rain garden will also allow it to be absorbed, more rapidly through the soil into that area of stone behind the block wall.
And a question for the town, coming from the well to the house, crossing the street, how is that gonna be managed?
Yes, it'll be.
I understand,
underground.
no, I understand, but how is it gonna be managed? How are we gonna do it?
We're gonna excavate
The road?
Right, and this was approved prior, this commission and the town has approved for that. We had that on a plan that was approved in 2014. It'll be, street construction will be according to town regs for, a temporary and permanent pavement repair. And it will provide water. The previous well on this lot was in the lake, and the health department said you can't have that.
Michael, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pertaining to this property, as far as everything has been stated, yes, there are multiple variances that have already been granted for the reconstruction of this structure. Once upon a time, there was a foundation. I believe it may still partially exist, buried underneath the existing earth. If you're familiar with the site, to think about where we are, we're right on the Sucker Brook Cove in this area. So we're right between that island where you go out and just south of the dam. So it's a relatively tight spot. If you go around that area and you look up the hill, the area we're proposing is that one extremely leafy spot that rests between the house, that's big house up on the hill, and the smaller yellow house with a nice little duck on it. I don't know how much people look at these properties, but I stare at them all day. Now, the biggest issue as far as our office was concerned, at least with access to that well lot, is it's going to be, you're going to have to defoliate the entire thing. And the slopes are relatively steep, at least insofar as you have to get up there. So it was noted by Mr. Cotter that they're going to be doing a temporary cut to get their equipment access in. Mr. Cotter, could you please, for the commission, explain how steep that slope is now, and then how steep your proposed cuts are going to make it?
Do you know the location of where the well is gonna be?
Yes, shown here.
So you're gonna have to go well into the property or
Yeah.
off the road?
Right.
And you're gonna go,
Yeah.
okay, now,
Well, lot adjacent to us, but put in a well in the same regards. They had slope in behind the house immediately adjacent to us, and they provided their well up a slope, and they were able to provide to slope up to be able to get the drilling rig up. The property has been cleared of any large vegetation. The only thing that's grown back, last time I saw it last fall, there was no growth on this slope. It was a grass slope. Some small 2-foot-high stuff had returned. It had been completely cleared and vegetated. We would remove, in the area of the well, we would just remove the scrub vegetation. There is no outstanding tree on that area that we're looking to work. This area will be stabilized with erosion blankets once we're done and reseeded and allowed to go back to its natural condition.
Have you determined if there's any ledge where you're digging?
No, I don't believe so. This property was excavated all the way back to this portion and cut 15 feet. They didn't hit any ledge. The parcel adjacent to it has been excavated out a good portion back. No ledge was encountered. We've got a winding driveway that was cut up the slope for the large house on top of the hill on 543. No ledge was encountered, so I do not anticipate that we will encounter any ledge.
So if you recall, and this was prior to Michael's time, this application came before the commission in 2020, and you had opted to seek an independent review from an engineer for both the construction on the parcel adjacent to the lake and then across the street, the well piece, the piece serving the primary residence with the well. The engineer had taken a look at it to price the job and be able to provide the applicant a quote. His primary concern lie with the well, with the work necessary to get the well. That was communicated back to the applicant, and then they're just, like he said, ran out of time, and the application, I believe, was either withdrawn or denied without prejudice.
We have the engineer's report in writing?
There was no report in writing, only a quote. He communicated that his concern lie more with the work necessary to provide the well.
So would that be, I'm sorry, would that be essentially the construction work of building essentially a temporary driveway / road up to that site,
Staging area.
clearing a staging area,
That's
and
the
any
work.
erosion control necessary
that was
for
what he was gonna
phase?
review
I don't
and
know.
seek
That
more
was- I guess that
information
would be
from,
my question.
just to give you feedback.
The major concern was that we were gonna excavate a driveway cut down to road grade, back and provide 2-to-1 slopes in the area. You had a 20-foot wide driveway back 50 feet, and that was a significant amount of excavation to do that.
Right.
With the potential increased runoff, that was the issue for that, not the fact that we needed a temporary access to put a well in, and
Okay, so you're saying, just to clarify, you're saying originally it was, somebody was gonna put basically a big driveway there.
You were gonna create a big parking space.
Big parking
And it
space.
was gonna need retaining walls.
Walls,
It was
okay.
significantly more.
Right.
And they asked me to be part of this application. I suggested,
Right.
you really don't need to have that. Why not just do temporary access way, drill the well, and then put it back as close to what it was before.
With regard to what Pam brought up regarding the independent engineer's report, were you familiar with his report?
I'm sorry, I don't think they ever supplied it, is the situation.
So, so other than what Pam is indicating to you now, you're really not familiar with it?
there was no report
Right,
generated.
that I understand.
Yeah,
The
and,
contents of the concept was generated though.
yeah, we had proposing 700 cubic yards of excavation there. I think that was the magnitude of the excavation on the hillside was the reason for the concern for the review of that. I would say that on the opposite sides, we're in an upland with reconstructing a structure that was once upon on the lot. And the activity we are doing is minor wall work in order to level the lot out from the grade of the road down to the grade of the lake, and the fact that we are now reducing the amount of peak runoff.
But don't mix apples and oranges. Apples are the lake side, the oranges are on the well side.
Right, the
So-
well side, the activity of putting that driveway in was the concern of
And
the,
your feeling is, by minimizing that activity, that sort of negates the concerns of the independent engineers, verbal?
I don't
comment?
see that there's any permanent disturbance to the property that's gonna have any adverse impact or change any of the runoff, from the property. The fact is, we wanna put a well
Yeah.
on that area. That's not, to me, a significant impact or activity that would impact the wetlands or the lake itself.
Ben, being you have the most knowledge of what the engineer said, does this make sense to you from your perspective?
You know,
Only because,
I guess, you know, the question begs that, like, how are you gonna restore it? Where are you gonna, you know, what, are you just, you're gonna crawl up or you're gonna excavate? What are the limits of your excavation now for
They're
the
shown
well?
on the plan.
And I think it would be,
that satisfies you?
no, I
but
mean,
you still got it.
you know,
We didn't see the report or hear
there
the
was no report, there was just concern, and so you sent it out for an independent review.
Right, but I don't know if we even heard back.
No, because
That's what I'm saying, so,
but it was, you know, like I said, you know, usually your concerns are nearer the water, and in this case, it wasn't, it was the slope for the well, that was the concern.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
You know, we've minimized the disturbance by not permanently creating that parking spot. You know, I feel that it's not a significant activity. I have 35 years of planning and wetlands experience. I've in fact sat on your table, you know, to help you out with different wetlands issues around the lake. And it's my feeling that it really is not a significant activity. I don't see a need for you to send it out for independent engineering review. Mr. Cotter has stamped the plan. He feels it's not gonna be a significant activity. We're confident that we can get a well permit from the Thornton Area Health District if they're there.
and you're supporting that contention.
Everybody?
Would we have anything in approval, would we, is there anything that says what sort of vegetation is gonna be put back in writing that says we're gonna either reseed it or put
Yes.
like vegetation? Cause I don't have that, I can't really see it from here. So,
It's on the
but
plan.
if it's in there, then
Yes.
that part satisfies me.
It's what we would normally wanna see on a steep slope.
Which is,
He's got the filter fabric rolled,
right,
you know, that will stabilize that slope.
during the construction phase.
And I believe we proposed a crown vetch mix, which is a low growth.
Yeah, I know it is, yeah. Okay.
And that stabilized in the erosion blanket and mats so that it isn't gonna move once we go to put it back and it revegetates back to its natural state.
From beginning to end, how long do you think you're gonna take to dig this well,
If-
time-wise?
For the work across the street, it would be,
Just for the well, just for the well? A week, a day?
no, I would say your activities would probably be a week.
So you're in and out in a week?
Yeah, because we hire a decent contractor that knows what he's doing, yes, and we would hire that. There isn't significant activity, is just be able to get an axis up, get a rig up, put the well in, bring the pipe across the street, backfill, and put temporary pavement in until, leave it until we put a permanent patch over the road. So and re-stabilize the slope on the way out. And it's not an activity we wanna be in there for any length of time. It's just to get to access and put in a well.
Are we the final approval on this project, or you still have to go before zoning or anybody else?
We've got another issue with back to planning, yes.
For the slope, or what's the slope? Do they have to go back for, is it steep slope, Greg?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's steep slope reg. So planning will look at that and certify that the erosion control plan is consistent with the 2002 CT soil and erosion control standards for slopes this steep. No, Mr. Chair, as far as I'm concerned, the biggest concern is the complete devegetation of that slope. Although it is not, you're not having any trees of significant size. I don't see anything as I drive past that's larger than 2 inches at breast height. We're looking at the biggest trees there are probably relatively young black walnut trees, which you'll see those are the ones with those kind of somewhat leafy palmate fronds if you drive around the state, drive on the fringes of highways and things like that. Those are going to grow back pretty quickly and they never get really thick. It's mostly young maples and tall grasses and things like that. There's no deliberate plantings. You're just going to do seed mix and let it revegetate. My only concern with the location of the well, the change in the grades, and then just letting it revegetate is what maintenance do you expect on the well? You know, if you have to get back in 10 years, do you have to cut it all down and redo grades or
No,
should?
Usually pull the pump out.
What you're gonna do is you're gonna put, the worst you're gonna do is put a new well pump into it and connect it back in.
And that's pulled out by hand usually.
Right, so it shouldn't
Should be
require.
one-time kind of situation.
But we don't anticipate that the well's gonna fail in
10 years.
Hopefully not. Doesn't bode well for that pump.
Neither does Mr. Dawson. Any other concerns?
I just had one
Go ahead.
question about the protection of the lake. You said you were gonna put a 3-inch
There-
border?
There's presently, when we built the wall, the grade of the block capstone is 3 inches higher than the grass grade behind it, so that the actual wall, its structure itself, is a barrier between the level grass area down below and the wall and the lake. So that all the activities that would involve a wetland direct application and permit have been completed for the original application.
Okay, thank you.
Any other concerns?
Would there be a
Go ahead, Jim.
pond?
Talk louder.
I'm sorry, there'd also be, no, not in concerns.
We didn't approve it yet, so we
Right.
can get there. Do we have a motion?
They didn't accept it at the
Accepting
last.
this?
Yeah.
We're just accepting this, aren't we?
You didn't discuss it at your last meeting, so.
So this is new,
Just
this
accept
is under old business,
So
but
do
it's
you
really
want
a new
it-
Because
application.
it was
Treat-
technically received at the last meeting, but there was no discussion. So you can accept it and make a finding of whether or not significant activity or not significant activity or in the public interest, and alternatively, you can accept it, not significant, and approve it this evening.
There a consensus of how we want to go?
I think it's
Is
pretty,
there anything outstanding that we still need that we would receive by next month, or we want for next month, that would negate not voting tonight?
We don't have a written report from an independent engineer, which is what we asked for in 2020.
Right, but I think what we talked about was that because originally they wanted that, because that well side, they were gonna basically dig a huge driveway, right? And
Right.
remove 700 cubic feet, is that what you said? So it was a huge project to bring that up. They recommended, look, this engineer said, you don't need to do all that. We need to just cut this little, in a sense, surface road, go drill it, and that's it. They scaled it back. So I think what somewhat was the consensus was that, okay, that negates having to have an engineer look at it, because you're really not, you know, if you were removing 700 cubic feet, yeah, I get why they wanted to do that, but they've
It's not gonna
scaled
be a
it.
parking lot area there either.
Yeah, it's not, it's an access. It was an access road there.
Where the parking isn't relative to us, it doesn't matter to us.
No, but it would be disturbance, that's the concern.
and then how wide is the trench too? Is that on the map?
The trench is a 3-foot wide max trench.
Okay.
And that would be completed in one day for sure.
Yes. Yeah,
I gotta
that's
keep-
a simple, we gotta get down 4.5, 5 feet.
Again, do we want to hold it over, or are we satisfied?
I'm willing to vote on, yeah, no, it's
Okay,
answering all
Mary
my
Ann, you
questions.
comfortable, or you want to,
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're gonna revegetate the hill after they've disturbed it, I think I'm comfortable with it.
town is substantiating that, so.
Yeah.
He's got it in the plan, so.
All right, would someone like to make a motion to approve?
Accept and approve.
Accept and approve. Well,
Do we need to?
okay, yeah.
what about bonding on this?
Well-
If we're, oh, we gotta wait till the end.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that'll be, is there a motion to accept and approve application 22-11 and application 22-12?
I'll make a motion to accept and approve those two applications.
Okay, and one is to reconstruct a single-family residence on an existing lot, and two, the 2212 is to install a well and a temporary access to install the well. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any
Mr. Chair,
further
ju-
discussion, Michael?
Just a note, by statute, we should note that this is not a significant impact
Thank
if we're
you.
making that finding in one day.
Okay?
Do we want a bond?
Yeah. Cash bond, how much?
Thousand sufficient,
How much?
thousand.
Well, we are building
More
a
of the
whole house.
disturbance is gonna be off the lake as opposed to on the lake part.
Well, they're building a house.
Yeah, but, you know, everything has been prepped already for it, but more than 1,000, you think? Whatever.
I mean, we,
Come
Turn
up
this
with-
into a $1,500 bond.
yeah,
I
that's
think.
what we've
Okay.
asked for job
All right,
centers.
so, items 1 through 12 will be standard, number 13 would be a bond of $1,500 for both,
Right.
for both, the 512, the 2211 and 2212, one bond, okay?
1,500.
So we have a second, all those in favor of approving? It's unanimous? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, the next application is 22-13, Donald LaPointe, the owner of our Bates, Tracy and Robert, 528. I don't see anybody here.
No, Mr. Chair, I had a meeting with Mr. Lapointe today. The surveyor who the commission asked to produce that as-built, John DeCara, was injured and down for the better part of last month, so he was only recently able to get back on his feet, wasn't able to do any work. So Mr. Lapointe did not produce any such documentation as requested and has requested continuance.
So we're gonna continue until July. Now, this has been going on for a while, but we're still good with time?
Yes, so the application came before us last month, though the violation has existed for some time.
Okay, so we're gonna continue till next month. Okay, do we need a motion to continue? Andrea?
Yes, I'll make a motion to continue IWWC 22-13 applicant Don LaPointe for the owners Robert Bates and Tracy Bates at 428 East Wakefield Boulevard to add a deck to shed, use the lake for the irrigation system.
Okay, second? Jackie? All those in favor of continuing? Okay, it's unanimous, thank you.
Mr. Chair, as we arrive at the next application, staff would like to note that Town Attorney Kevin Nelligan is in the audience tonight. At the previous meeting, the commission requested that Attorney Nelligan provide a comprehensive written explanation of who has the right to apply for a permit on a property. What does access mean? Particularly because the property at 524 East Wakefield Boulevard has 7 access easements that grant individuals rights to pass and repass over it. And this has led to a situation where individuals have items in the water, but none of those individuals are the owner. Now, the owner of 524 is applying, and it could perhaps be quite useful if Attorney Nelligan were to be able to speak to his statement.
Kevin? Do you wanna come now, or do you wanna respond?
Opening this up though, is it?
Just before you begin, Kevin, are we having a public hearing on this tonight, or we're not?
No,
July
that-
20th.
We're not.
No public hearing on this matter tonight, but there was another application received for 524 East Wakefield Boulevard from one of the individuals who has a right to pass and repass.
Not 524.
524, the application is for 524.
Oh, for 524,
The
right.
the owner lives at 522. Two individuals with rights to pass and repass are at 521 and 523. The owner of 523 has applied on this property as well, which makes everything that Attorney Nelligan is about to say very relevant.
Okay. Get the minutes right, Pam.
everything he says is relevant.
Okay, just in summary, I had sent you the letter dated June 9th in response to some questions that arose at your prior meeting, and hopefully that's circulated, but the dock and mooring ordinance allows someone to apply even though they don't own the property. As long as they have legal access to the body of water, they can make an application under our ordinance, all right? The complicating factor comes in if that application would require a inland wetlands permit because they are, it's a significant activity or it will entail activity on somebody else's property. Our wetlands regulations require that owner to sign.
The
So,
owner, say,
of the property where the work will be done.
what must the owner do?
The owner would have to sign the wetlands
Oh,
application.
sign the application.
The
Okay.
wetlands application.
Right.
The dock and mooring application need only be signed by the person who has a right to the water, even though they don't own the land, the underlying land.
Would you be distinguished between the dock and mooring application and the wetlands application?
That's the distinction. They have two different requirements, distinct, independent. The terms of the ordinance and the regulation. The ordinance only requires that you have an access, a right of access. If the wetlands regulations come into play, the owner of the property must sign the wetlands application.
And by using different language, if they don't sign, is it a viable application?
No,
It is not a viable application.
a wetlands application, no, that's not signed by, so you can't file a wetlands application for property you don't own.
Okay.
I think that makes sense.
But you can file a dock and mooring application for a property you don't know.
But because this
crosses
has to go
property.
through us, doesn't that negate it,
I don't know.
right?
It is important.
One at a time, go ahead. Let Jeff finish, Russ finish.
Right, wouldn't that negate it because there's a dock and mooring ordinances, but we have to oversee it as that is a inlands wetlands, then it goes to our board, right? So it seems like that you would have to have the signature of the person that.
That's an excellent question, Rose. Attorney Nelligan, could you please speak to the difference of capacity for the board when it acts in the stead of the inland wetlands applications versus as an agent of the Board of Selectmen for enforcing the ordinance?
Right, so the ordinance, and I don't know, are there circumstances where people come and get a dock and mooring permit under the various categories where you don't get a wetlands application? If that's the case, you don't need to own the property.
But everything has to have a wetlands.
I don't know if is that how your boat lifts or your
Yeah,
buoys
everything,
or-
it is,
That's-
everything, people don't come here, right, and say, well, I want a dock and mooring application, it's inlands wetlands.
permit.
It is important to note, Commissioners, that the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act allows docks and buoys in a wetlands or watercourse as an as-of-right activity. So this is one of those things that we've noted. You have the power to grant permits for things that are regulated. That would be any activity which is not explicitly granted under Section 4 of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses regulations that we have, which can include things like gardening or landscaping. Those things you don't have to come to us for, and that's understood. You don't have to go out to plant petunias. One of those explicitly noted things that you have the right to do is have a dock or mooring in the water. A dock or a buoy, I believe, are the two statements that are explicitly made. However, the town also has the ordinance which explains what docks and buoys and many other things you could have. So while we don't require people to have a wetlands application for as-of-right activities, like removing a tree or putting in a garden, the ordinance kicks in and there is a different mechanism.
So that's the bit, you're not accepting dock and mooring applications, you don't use that application
We have no form
form?
for 25 years. The only form that has been come in is,
A wetlands form?
yes. And then that's followed up with a registration. Once it's approved by this commission, it's followed up with a registration, or the registration comes in simultaneously with the application, but there's never been a process, or at least 6 years I've been here, and,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
think
Steve
there was.
Sadlowski.
There definitely, it wasn't out, but anyway,
There-
you.
There could be.
but-
I mean, we could
right,
create one.
exactly. So, if you're doing what Michael just explained, where you're not a regulated activity, the application should be under your dock and mooring ordinance. I wanna put a dock, a floating dock or a buoy in the water, it's not a wetlands, according to what Michael just told you. It's allowed under your dock and mooring ordinance, and you follow the criteria set forth in the dock and mooring ordinance, not your wetlands regulations.
I don't believe we've ever entertained it in that manner,
That's what we do.
Ever.
ever.
Exactly what we do.
Well, you should. Yeah, that's,
Just,
uh,
you know, I'm
yep.
being very frank, I don't believe we've ever entertained that kind of an
if
application.
someone came in with a buoy, you would have them file a wetlands application?
Yeah,
Always is.
Yeah.
yeah.
And you wouldn't be looking at the ordinance on whether to approve it or not?
Yeah, we looked at the ordinance.
You did,
That-
Yeah,
you use those standards.
Well, I mean, the ordinance says shall apply to the commission for permit on a form designated by the commission. The only form designated by the commission is the application.
Wetlands.
Yeah.
Well, but you'd use the criteria in the
yes,
ordinance. so.
we refer to the ordinance
All right.
as our basis of criteria for approval.
All right, so getting back to where we started.
Where did we
The
start?
dock and mooring application, if I have a right over someone's property, I can make that application
For what?
for
For a dock
any
or
of
a
the things
buoy.
contained in the dock
In the
and mooring
water.
ordinance.
I'm not gonna entertain a question now. So, say that again, just,
So anything allowed in the ordinance can be applied, a float, a buoy,
boat lift, dock,
marker,
whatever. Okay.
all, yeah, boat lift, dock, that can be, applied for by someone whose only right is a right of access. They don't abut the water.
Okay, and they don't need
They
the
don't need the
signature,
abutting
they don't
owner's
need the signature of the owner of that property.
Correct.
They can apply independently.
Right.
Okay.
But if they're going to do something that attaches to somebody else's property,
Like a dock.
like
dock.
not right now, floating dock, but a dock attached to, Steve's property,
Right,
that is an activity that attaches to that property, you would need a wetlands permit.
okay, so now the question before us.
Signed by the owner, not by the.
Okay, so now, for clarity, because everybody sitting in the audience that has a vested interest in what you say and what we say. We have an owner of 524, and we have an applicant who owns the property at 523, okay?
Yeah,
Is requesting a dock. The dock, I assume, will be attached to the land that he doesn't own.
right,
So he needs the permission of the owner of 524, the land, in order to complete this application and even give it to us.
right.
Without that signature, we don't entertain the conversation, is that fair to say?
Right.
Okay. Now, if that 523 wants to go across that 524's property that he, 23 doesn't own, but has access to get in and out of the water from, and if there's a boat docked out there with, attached to a legal buoy, then he can, or she can do that.
And he can apply for that on his own, right,
Okay, and doesn't need permission.
no,
Does not need a signature of the 524 owner.
right.
For a buoy, for example.
For a
For a
buoy
buoy.
or float.
Anything
Any
that's
dock
not attached.
that's
Floating.
Anything
was
that's not attached.
Yeah.
Anything that's not attached.
And specifically, on that application, the 524 application that's for you tonight,
Well, there's
The-
two.
there's two.
there's the first one that is associated with the owner of 522, and then later on in the agenda, the one that you're looking at right now is the one associated with the owner of 523.
Right. So keep in mind when you're also hearing that application that you know the whole history there between the homeowners and the lawsuit, and they settled it. And the agreement that they entered into specifically says that there won't be any docks. Neither Becker nor Gary, who's now Gonzalez, shall leave vehicles on Unity Beach or store any boats, floats, or docks on Unity Beach. So it talks
But
about,
that agreement, it's an arbitration agreement from the court in Litchfield.
yeah,
The agreement, from what I read of it, is silent on what happens in the water. It talks about what happens on land,
right.
but it doesn't address water issues.
Well, they can't because they don't own the water, so that's why.
Well, one of them owns it.
No.
Oh,
No one
well,
owns the water.
You're right, no one owns
The
it.
state
They own the land abutting the water.
Right.
And that is why if you need to attach to someone's land, you need their signature because they own it. But if you're just having the right to pass and repass over their land, you could access their water because you have access to the water when it abuts and you have the right to pass and repass over it.
And this judgment contemplates that when it doesn't even allow storage of docks on Unity Beach,
Yeah.
never mind attachment.
Nothing can be left there overnight, kind of thing.
So,
So,
it looks like to me that application is calling for, I mean, you can hear from the owner, but it looks like it's calling for an attachment on Unity Beach.
You're referring to 523.
No.
523, yeah.
Well,
Yes.
The
IWWC
application-
22-24 as opposed to IWWC 22-14.
Okay.
14 is the application by Mr. Gonzalez, and
23 is
24 is by Mr. Becker.
Okay. So for clarity, if Mr. Becker were to submit an application, which he has, and does not have the signature of Mr. Gonzalez, who owns that property, the land part of it, then it's a null and void as far as we're concerned.
Right, you can't,
You can't ask for something you don't know.
apply, right, the only thing the ordinance addresses is your ability to get to the water, not your ability to construct something attached to somebody else's property.
Okay. Now theoretically, Mr. Gonzalez could approve it,
Yeah.
could sign it, and move ahead.
Yeah,
He won't, but he could.
good.
But you could put a buoy, so you could put a buoy out there. I think there's a boat out there
It's
now.
out there
that's
now anyway.
right.
Yeah.
That is within.
He has a right to cross, the judge,
Cross
he can
and
bring
get out
boats
to the
across
water.
there, he could bring a dock out over the right of way into the water. The judgment allows for that.
And have it tied
so does
out
our
there.
ordinance for that matter.
So you're saying he could have a freestanding dock out there?
a floating.
Floating.
I mean, floating, yeah, subject to your approval. I mean, you'd have to go through, if that was the application, then it would be a dock and mooring application. and you
Then we would
go
have to
through your-
rule
right,
on that,
Right,
Okay.
With the
navigation,
littoral.
all that stuff. is
and
all
that doesn't need a signature,
Right.
because it's not attached to the land.
And at some point, this commission already approved a permit for a buoy.
There seems to be vagueness. Go ahead, Michael.
There has been one buoy approved by this commission for the property at 521 East Wakefield Boulevard. That was an application approved by the commission. There has not been a buoy approved by this commission for 523. 523's buoy, and this was the thing I wrote a memorandum about last October, 523's buoy was granted a registration by then IWA Steve Sidlowski on the recollection of the then former IWA Scott Eisenlohr. It was put in the file and was at that time told to Mr. Becker from Mr. Sidlowski that this would suffice for registering the buoy. Registration is a process that was outlined in the Dock and Mooring Ordinance when it was adopted in 1993 to allow pre-existing structures that were non-conforming to continue to exist. They were supposed to stop being used after its adoption.
The ordinance.
After the ordinance was adopted, you weren't supposed to be able to register things anymore. The process did continue for some 7 to 8 years after the adoption of the ordinance, as people who missed the window slowly trickled in and said, no, wait, please, forgiveness, let me have my dock that's slightly too long. But that was mostly done by the early 2000s. At that point, all new docks, moorings, and other structures in the water were governed by the Dock and Mooring Ordinance. The office cannot find any such original registration or permit, despite the attestations of Scott Eisenlohr to Steve Sidlowski. However, and this is convenient that attorney Kevin Nelligan is also here, there was the question as to whether or not, because Steve Sidlowski espoused to Mr. Becker that he was all set after beginning the initiation of an enforcement action, whether or not it would constitute what is called municipal estoppel. So, Attorney Nelligan, could you please speak to the principle of municipal estoppel on this? Or if you're not, you can come back on this.
That's a complicated subject, but I talked to Michael about this, and you're right, if you've got,
Go ahead.
if you've got two agents of the town stating that the buoy permit was granted, even though there's no paperwork for it, or you should be bound by it, you should honor that.
We should honor it.
You should honor it.
Okay.
But there's no documentation, it's just,
I don't know that.
we're
That's-
bound that we seem to have a collective memory, or some people remember.
No,
Is
no,
it-
to
is
but
it-
talk
Scott
about it.
Eisenlohr and Steve Sadlowski did.
Right, but talked about it.
There is a document that exists, and the document, the commission has seen this, and many parties have copies of this document at this point. I will make more for anyone who wants to see it. In 2016, Mr. Sidlowski issued a registration. We still have them. It's what you write down the information.
It isn't just.
Yeah, it's
There
not
is
just a
something in
copy.
There is
paper.
documentation.
There is something in
Okay,
paper.
all right,
Mr.
that's
Sidlowski
what-
never had the power to issue that. That would be like if I was to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge. It's not real. I don't have the deed. I can't sell it to you. I'm not the city of New York. But this document exists. It notes that Mr. Becker's buoy is supposed to be plus or minus 75 feet from the shore.
Isn't it factual that even though an agent would make a determination to issue a registration, because it's in the water, doesn't it have to come before the commission for approval?
That is my understanding, but on the other hand, there is the question of whether or not this is a dock and mooring question or a wetlands question. Docks and moorings are an as-of-right use. I wouldn't even make an agent determination, right? If there was nothing governing buoys at Highland Lake, I wouldn't even make a determination. If someone said, I want to put a 10-foot dock in the water, I'd say, I literally can't stop you. Nothing in my power given to me by the state of Connecticut lets me stop you. But because we do have the dock and mooring ordinance, the dock and mooring ordinance governs what you can have there.
So that's one buoy, but the other buoy.
The other
doesn't
buoy,
break.
the buoy for 521, there is documentation. That one is there. It is 40 feet out. It is in a location that makes sense as far as we can understand it. There's a reasonable interpretation of everything on the paper. But now, Mr. Becker's buoy exists, and he was led to believe that everything was fine with it.
By this commission.
No.
No, by Steve
By-
Sidlowski.
By town staff.
By
The
Steve
principle,
Sidlowski.
municipal estoppel is about town staff taking actions and telling someone something and then going back on that. Municipal estoppel is very complicated. I am not an attorney. I cannot talk about it. I did not ask our attorney to prepare a presentation about municipal estoppel today, so I would not want to pounce on him concerning that. We could ask him to further explain that at future meetings if we would like to continue to discuss the matter of this buoy and getting it right. As there are multiple applications before the commission about this, it is, and if any of these docks were to be approved, it is also important to note that only one buoy can exist on a property with a dock. If a dock were to be put in and Mr. Becker were to have access to that dock, then his buoy could be removed because one of the buoys will have to come out of the water. If any dock is
Well,
approved.
521 has you know, has been approved by this board for a buoy.
520, yeah, there's
So
no question
that's
about
the
that.
one- That's the one buoy we know of.
There is that, and then there is another buoy in the water for which we have documentation
But
that
for-
was not
But that's for
correct.
the same property.
Yes,
So only one buoy per property, but there were two.
unless there are no docks.
Unless
If
there
there
are
are
no
no
docks,
docks,
okay.
you can have two buoys.
Okay.
There are currently multiple applications, including from the current individual who owns that buoy, to put in a dock.
Okay. So two buoys, no docks, one buoy, one dock.
Yes, it's much like the boats and jet ski lifts
Yeah,
that
yeah.
we've already gone over 1,000 times.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeff, any questions? Jackie?
Well, so if, I get the numbers mixed up, but if a person who has access to the property at this point wishes to put a buoy out, he can,
Well, if there weren't two buoys there already.
but there aren't.
There are.
There are.
Well,
We know,
technically,
Either the
by
buoy is
permitting,
there or it's not there.
if the individual who owns the buoy that is present but was never approved by the commission were to make an application to take that buoy, permit it, and put it within the boundaries that is currently more than 50 feet from the shoreline, and that was where it is supposed to be by the permit, but that permit runs contradictory to the ordinance, which is another matter, then that would be allowed because that individual has access to the water. There could be a buoy application. There could also be a dock application from that individual if they weren't going to tie into the land that they do not own at all.
But in summary, the two buoys are both legal. One through permission from the commission, one because it can't be taken away because it would be considered estoppel. So
Per the advice
in
of
summary,
Attorney
there are
Kevin
two buoys that are in effect registered for that property.
that automatically negates any dock on that
No,
property.
unless one of those buoys is willingly taken out of the water.
Well,
Right.
okay. Now,
That's a little
let-
clearer.
Let me convolute it more. Kevin, we accept the fact that there are two buoys on the one property, and the property is 524 East Wakefield Boulevard. Okay? Two buoys. East Wakefield Boulevard, 524.
Which is
The
the easement.
right-of-way, or the
Yes.
easement.
It
but
is
it's
the
access.
L-shaped property over which multiple properties have an easement, but it is its own property.
Yes.
Okay, so now if the owner of that property wants to put a dock, can he be stopped by this commission because there are two buoys existing that we have, let's say, sanctioned already?
Well, it might be better to ask, can it be permitted?
Well, that's the question.
Can it be permitted when there's two buoys there and the ordinance says if you can have two buoys or one buoy and one dock?
I'd have to think about that, because the ordinance really doesn't address, because what you have here is a strip of land owned by Gonsalves. People have a right to go over that and have filled it in with buoys. And then the owner now is foreclosed because
I'm asking you a question.
He's the last one in. It's
That's a
really
question in
established,
front of us
but-
later on.
But that, number one, I mean, that's something you would consider whether, overall, you know what? We can't grant you a buoy, there's too many buoys there now. I mean, it's too cluttered, navigation hazard, or all the criteria you have in your ordinance. So it isn't the fact that they're the owner that they have a right, it's what's there now, all the considerations that are in the ordinance, that you would determine whether, you know, impact to the water, littoral rights of adjacent properties,
Setting all of that aside,
effect on navigation, egress and egress to the shore.
All of this is further complicated by the fact that the former owner and the folks with the easement got a judgment in the court that stated that they wouldn't put a dock in.
That they wouldn't store
a dock on the
docks
property.
there.
It's silent on what goes in the water.
But I think Kevin's reading of that was that a dock that would be attached to the property.
Well, that's,
Right?
Right, yeah.
Right.
I mean, if you can't store it, you can't attach it.
That's
You
what
can't
he
attach
said.
something to somebody else's property, so
Right.
that's
but that's different than,
without their
then
permission.
what, the question I asked is presently there are two existing buoys, which for, let's just say, have been accepted by this commission as being, the application or the homeowners who applied for them got permission, one through the commission and two by two wetlands agents, or at least one wetland agent, for sure. So they're out there. Now, the owner of the property, and that sort of closes off the property to a dock.
Correct.
Now, the owner of the property wants to put a dock. We're gonna be faced with that question.
And it sounds like Attorney Nelligan needs to
To
further
research
review.
it. Yeah, I
So,
understand that.
You may,
I don't think the ordinance addresses that at all.
You don't think the ordinance what?
Addresses that.
No, it doesn't.
I think there's another issue here. We're spending all this time trying to figure this out. And quite frankly, I think that area is so crowded and such a barrier to safe boating that the whole thing is moot.
Well, I agree. I think a dock there would be, create a real safety hazard.
Well, that's your
Yeah.
job.
We've always
to make
had that right.
determination.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've always had that right, and that would be a vote of the
You
commission.
know, if there could be further remediation of the rules, which obviously are needed, then that could be done at another time, but I think we're wasting everybody's time.
That's true. There are a lot of people waiting here.
It is important to note that if a matter of navigational hazard is going to be considered for the placement of a new dock that would extend any distance into the water, the placement of buoys that are already in the water must be considered. Whether or not those buoys that exist are not navigational hazards.
Especially if you park a boat in front of it, on it.
We must remember that a buoy, no matter where it is, has a swing to it. And this is one of the worst parts about buoys. They're very good in a wide open bay or in a shallow sea, but the rotation of a boat around it and the natural swing of the buoy's cord means that there is a lot of movement. In many ways, buoys are quite unideal for a tight space like this, with the obvious advantage of not needing to attach to the land if you do not own the land. If the commission is going to seriously consider a question of navigational hazards in this very tight area, which I do agree, it is a tight area of cove, it must also be considered whether existing buoys do create a navigational hazard. To only consider one versus the other would be problematic.
And if they're considered a navigational hazard.
The
we can-
committee,
then we can-
both, technically I do, but I would never do this, but I or you have the right to revoke those
We have that right.
permits, request reapplication, and hear the matter again saying that this is not safe. You have that right. You can do that.
We have any other questions to Kevin?
Can I just clarify something, Kevin? So, the fact that Gonzalez owns the property doesn't supersede his right to put the dock in and have one of those other buoys removed?
It might. That's what we're asking. I just don't know that.
Okay.
That's not been asked, so I gotta think about that, because I'm just quickly looking through the ordinance. I know what you're saying. He's the owner. Two people don't own the property, but have a right over there now, but the buoys are
And they're
closed.
preventing
Might
him.
be.
They're
Right,
preventing
It
him.
might be, you know, he could have applied and didn't, and they filled up the cove, and that's
so should we continue?
the way it goes.
Attorney
But if we
Nelligan,
didn't allow the dock anyway, what are we doing?
I think the question won't be decided until it's asked. You know, we can't say we're gonna deny it or we're allowing
So
it
then why are we talking about it?
because
Because
we
it
have
wasn't
the,
asked.
Legal
Well, the
advice.
Becker one is on tonight, so that's what I was here for.
right, they're on tonight. And Gonzalez technically is on tonight, except that the public hearing is not gonna take place because of notification. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if it would be the pleasure of the commission, would it be advantageous to request Attorney Nelligan do some research and
Yeah.
prepare a responsive, do the rights of an owner, in this case, supersede the rights of those who merely have access?
I think it makes sense.
That would be good to know.
You know, I think
That
it
would
makes
answer
sense.
a lot of
But,
questions.
but before we give him that chore, we really should articulate to Kevin, unless you've heard them all of our concerns that we'd like you to address.
Well, the only concern the only one left, I hope, is Gonzalez not being able to get a dock because,
There are two
easement
buoys out there.
owners filled up the cove with two buoys. Can he come in and force, I just can't see it. I don't know how you would have his application, lead to the revocation of someone's valid buoy permit.
But the other side of it is how could property that somebody doesn't own but has access to,
yeah, but I'm
prevent him
thinking-
from putting a dock on it.
But the ordinance treats easement owners the same as property owners.
Also,
They're the same.
I'd like to say that when a person buys a property, it is on them and their realtors to do their due diligence. So if they came down and they asked Pam whether or not there were any permits associated with the property, they would have gotten the answer. That information's public, it's available.
Well, you can look out there and there's two booths, you know, off your property.
Well,
and
unless
stuff.
they bought it in the winter,
I
you
guess,
know,
right.
but the fact of the matter is that the files exist.
Yeah.
You know what, I think this whole issue has been convoluted probably for the last 10 to 12 years between previous owners, going back and forth with different issues and court orders and you give me this money and I'll give you that money kind of settlements.
Yeah.
But again, when I read I thought it was an arbitrator's ruling with the courts rather than a judge's
Well,
rendering a
there's
decision.
stipulated agreement they entered into that became a judgment of the court.
Okay, it was silent on the water.
Yeah.
It talked about the land and back and forth and no beach chairs and no this and no that, and you could put it on, but you have to take it off. It was silent on the water. And we're still silent on the water, because we don't know where we are yet. All right, so one of the
So I'll look
tasks
at
is
that,
certainly,
yeah, as best I can. I'm worried though, because the ordinance doesn't address that. It's just gonna be the owner's out of luck. Easement owners are treated the same as owners. First comes, first served.
Would the commission also like Attorney Nelligan to explain estoppel? It's a complicated concept, and rather than going over it here, it's not necessary. but-
no, I think it's important. I think, my recollection of the term is that if something happens and no one picks up on it, after a period of time, it becomes accepted, something to that effect.
Well, it's very simple,
I'm
so
trying-
I don't have to, if the municipal official says you can do something and you rely on it to your detriment, the town's bound by it. So if I say the width of your deck is okay, you go ahead and build it, you spend all the money, it's up, I can't come and say, you know what, I was wrong, tear it out.
Yeah.
But there are many exceptions.
That's true.
It's very
And
fast.
I've seen I've been on construction sites where the town comes back, approves something, the town comes back and the building inspectors say, nope, you gotta change this or you gotta tear it apart. They go back
Well,
on it. I've been involved in those projects.
But that's, basically because what contractor wants to fight a building inspector over something like that? Because it's a big court battle if you.
Right.
you
I see what you mean,
stop
yeah.
all that. But a town official can't approve something illegal, for instance. You know, I can't tell you, I put the building up without a sprinkler system. And you told me I didn't need a sprinkler system. That's not municipal estoppel. Like I said, it's very complicated, it's fact-based each instance, but the bottom line is with this other buoy, given the fact that the original wetlands officer said it was approved, we just don't have the paperwork, that's, I understand what Scott said.
I didn't hear that. I think
That's
he
what I
said
thought
that.
he told Michael.
Yes.
That's
Scott
why I
told
told you
Mike.
last.
So this is important because we're talking about, we're basically going 4 generations of inland wetlands agents back. So before me, it was Pam. Before Pam, it was Steve Sidlowski. Before Steve Sidlowski, it was Scott Eisenlore. Steve Sidlowski, then wetlands agent, had a conversation with Scott, who was no longer the wetlands agent. Scott said, yeah, they had something, but I can't find it, and I don't have it in any of my records. And Steve said, I'll rely on that to issue this.
And based on that, that's why I'm telling you, you should honor it.
I think that's gonna wind up in a court settlement for sure. For sure.
All right,
Here we go.
get on with it.
All right, any other concerns? I think you've enlightened us a lot, and you confused us even more so.
The job of a lawyer,
But
right?
we appreciate it.
should
Thank you
come
very
back.
much, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin.
All right,
Thank you.
so good, thank you.
All right, good night. All right,
Resuming the agenda
Where
that
are
would put
we?
us. Resuming the agenda.
the next item on the agenda should be Mr. Gonzalez, 524 East Wakefield Boulevard / 522, install a dock and lift. Now, there was supposed to be a public hearing on this. I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I had to kind of react to the recent.
Can you leave that alone for now? Let's just talk about we're supposed to have a public hearing.
Yeah.
My understanding is that documentation did not go out in a timely manner, so there was no public hearing.
Correct. I let Mike and Pam know that I planned on changing my application so that it would not require a public hearing.
Change your application, submit it,
Correct.
and then as of now, a public hearing will be continued till next month, unless you're withdrawing your present application. And if you tell us you're withdrawing it, then there's no need for any public hearing. Your present application,
Just so you're clear, you're modifying your request, and the modification is such that it would no longer require a public hearing, is that what you're saying?
Correct. The public hearing has not been opened yet.
only because the technicality of the paperwork wasn't completed.
Right, but
Otherwise-
applicants can modify their request.
And that would,
But we haven't seen a modified application.
You've accepted modifications at meetings before, so like he can modify it now. That's not to say that you have to hear it, because it's up to you if you want to continue it. But if he's submitting a modification, you want to accept whatever he's brought with him tonight. You don't want to tell him.
We have to decide whether it needs a public hearing.
well, the modification may need a public hearing too.
Yes.
Okay,
Pass it.
Thank you.
so none of us have seen this yet.
I have no sense yet.
Well,
It's a
it's a modification of what he had.
So it's new.
Well, Pam says
A
that
modif-
he's
it's mod-
obligated, we can
it's-
accept it.
Am I wrong? It's a modification.
This is not a new application. Applicants are able to modify their asks. We've seen it all the time. They'll come back with something new. Oftentimes, they'll bring it to you ahead of time. We ask every applicant to get their paperwork to us on Thursday, so it goes into your packets on Friday, so you have a chance to review it over the weekend. But technically speaking, they can submit anything at their meeting. They must submit 24 hours ahead of time to be creating a new application, but this is not a new application. As the public hearing was not yet opened, there's nothing that says that he could not request to submit something to you. If this was the first thing that showed up at the public hearing, if the public hearing had opened tonight and he said, I'm actually changing my ask and I don't need a public hearing, everyone would still have a chance to talk. But it wouldn't even be looking for a finding of no significant impact or no
All right,
alternatives.
before we get into any of it, number one, I'm concerned that there's no wetlands number attached to it. There's no date that the application was submitted, there's no fee paid or check submitted.
You should consider this submittal tonight as part of application 22-15.
This is 2214, 2215. This is just additional paperwork
2214, thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez printed to bring you, explaining in the proposal section the new proposal.
And tonight's date would be the day it was submitted?
I believe so.
And 15 was
Because-
a modification of,
It's not necessarily a
2054.
modification of existing permit. This is just, we send an engineer away and say, go bring us all this stuff back, and then they do. That's this. This is just the process, the iterative process that is permitted via wetlands.
All right,
You don't have to hear this today. You could say, we're gonna review this and we don't have enough time and we'll just look at it in July. You can do that. You're within all of your rights to do that.
Yep.
Or you can choose to look at it today.
I think from my comfort point of view, I think we'll be polite and accept it, and just simply leave it at that, and not get into any kind of a meaningful discussion on it, because we got a pile of paperwork here, and it's not fair to the commission to receive something while we're in session, and expect it to have any kind of intellectual.
Yeah, you can
Insight
continue the
into it.
discussion. You can absolutely continue
Is
the
that
application.
consensus, or is that just
Yeah,
Steve?
yes, and I think out of respect for all the other folks who've been waiting, because this is gonna take quite a bit of time to understand
Okay.
a whole new proposal.
So we're gonna make a motion to accept the modification.
No, you don't even have to accept
This is,
it. It's-
he's handed you paperwork, this is public record. I'm gonna go slap this in the file when we're done with our meeting.
You're just gonna
Um,
continue it.
You're just gonna say thank you and continue it, if that's the feeling of the commission that you don't want to look at this new
We have
information.
consensus that that's the direction we're going?
I think we have a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
well, with everything.
All right, I'm trying to be as polite as possible. You understand the situation that you placed us in, And we're simply gonna accept your paperwork, and with all due respect, ask you to come back next month for a discussion.
Can I correct a couple of points in that previous discussion?
No, only because, from the lawyer's perspective,
There are matters of fact. Mike, I think misspoke. when he said-
wait a minute, I said no, but from the lawyer's perspective, let's hold off whatever, it's noted in the minutes, so whatever is reflected that you'd like to say, no one else has said anything other than the commission directing questions to the attorney. No one from the audience has responded, so I'm gonna leave it at that.
There's about half a dozen
Okay,
incorrect statements.
note them, submit them to Pam if you'd like, and then we'll certainly take them into consideration at next month's meeting. All right, simply, thank you.
So I'll make a motion to continue.
What are we gonna continue?
This.
A modification.
Yeah.
2214 to 2215.
And that's
Which
your
are-
motion, Andrew, to
Yes,
the
that's
July
mine.
20th meeting?
To the July 20th meeting. Second. All in favor?
Any discussion on it? No.
No.
Maria, okay.
So,
Okay.
now is this both applications?
Yeah. Pam, this is gonna supersede the two original applications for 22.
It's not
part
a
of
new
the-
application, it's just new paperwork.
Yes.
Toss out that old paperwork.
No, keep the new paper, consider the whole record.
Yes, don't toss the new paper.
Yes.
Don't toss the new one, don't toss the old one.
Correct.
Just grow your
Yes.
ever-growing paperwork
Yes.
file.
Yes.
All right,
Sounds like a good
we
idea.
have one more application, or one or two before we go to new business, and then we'll take a break. The next application is 22-16. The owner is Denise Pratt. Anybody here? For the record, would you please introduce yourselves?
My name's Denise Pratt.
Ken Pratt? Thank you.
219 West Wakefield Boulevard.
Thank you.
I'd just like to start by saying why I bought this 12 acres of land. Probably 10 or 12 years ago, Mike Peacock came, and a bunch of us put in money and bought the land above the tackle of Harvey Wakefield. The 12, and I was glad, because it was owned by a logger from New Hampshire. You could fit houses in from subdivision and stop. The 12 acres I just bought adjoins that land on the north, and it's eligible for a 12-lot subdivision. In fact, it was approved by Burton Moore, who owned the Highland Lake Farm, which was 200 acres. It went from Highland Lake to the Winchester Road and a quarter of a mile on the west side of the lake, and he had it approved. So I bought it first, because I don't want to see it subdivided. And I've subdivided 3 pieces of land in this town, but I don't think that should be subdivided. Secondly, it's the ugliest piece of land in Litchfield County, and it's next to my house, and I'd like to make it look decent. And then, later, my daughter sold her house above the lake on Lakeview Road, and she thought she'd like to build a house, so I said, okay, we'll put one house on the lower lot. And then the trouble started. First, I got a cease and desist order for cutting trees in the wetland. The wetland's a little swale like this, of dry land, not where there's any water lilies or waterfowl. And what happened was, some of you may remember, 2 years ago, a tree came down on that land. It was when we still had the old town manager, because he came up there. And it knocked power out for 4 days. So probably 6 months later, Lewis Tree came to me
They asked me, did I mind if they took the trees down? So I said, no, take them down. So they took them down, and he gave me a cease and desist order for taking them down. I understand since then, anybody can cut them down if they leave the root systems, but I did not take them down. Then I asked if I could take my tractor, put a chain around them and pull them out, because when Lewis does work, as you know, they leave the trees there, and they covered half of the culvert. Said, no, you can't bring any equipment. So I had them cut up, and they had to be taken out by hand. So that's the end of that story. Then I asked him if I could put some drainage in on our road going down. Because I had to take my tractor out with my York rake, because the ditch had filled in through the years along the road. And he said, no, I won't give you permission, but you can talk to Jim Rollins. I called Jimmy Rollins, he came up in about a half hour, and that's the only bright part of this story. He came up, he looked at it, he was polite, he was professional, and he said, yes, you can do it. So it was done. And then I went to Florida. A couple months later, I get another cease and desist from him. I called him 3 times from Florida and said, please call me back. I wanted to speak to him on 2 things. One, that Jimmy Rollins gave me the approval. And the second was, in his letter, he said, he mentioned my daughter's property, 225, which is next to it. The road is for 219 where I live, and 215 where Prussy's live. And it's the only road up there. The shoulder of the road is owned by 219. It's not 225. So what I'd like to do is get permission, I hope it's okay, that I put the stone along there. If you look at the pictures, it's right on the edge of the road and in about a foot. I mean, it's not doing anything. The other thing I'd like to do is in about 47, I was young then, Walter Bushnell Jr. was going to build a house on this land. He dug the foundation. He didn't put any concrete or stone in. And it's been there since then, and it's ugly. There's small scrub trees coming out. There's invasive vines on it. The land where I took the trees down, because it's 70 years abandoned land, are 4 or 5 inches in diameter. I left some of them so you can see them. So I would like also to be able to fill in the cellar holes, take some of the surface boulders on the land, and at least make the land respectable.
Well, I think what happened was, this is the first time that Mr. Pratt and his daughter were before us, and it was a result of Michael's, as whatever Mr. Pratt described with Michael's behavior, and that's how it all came to this commission.
But we never had a plan that shows
Yes, you did,
any.
from Lennar.
Yeah, I do remember. We had a plan that shows
When
Yes.
Denise's house
a
was
scope of
approved.
work
Yeah,
here.
but that was a while back.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that.
Yeah.
That we had there was a drainage plan and showed.
Parsons
and-
for
For the new
Right,
residents, yep. And how many cease and desists? I think 1 or 2? 2, there were 2.
And those cease and desists were mostly due to work being completed that was out of permit. There was never a scope of work, and there was never really a permit put forward first with a scope of work on it, correct? It was just sort of happened, we got it afterwards, correct? We got a sort of a drainage plan after some trees had been cut.
Excellent question, Russ. Yes. The initial cease and desist was sent last summer. An application was actually already pending in our office when the trees came down. The issue being that the client, that the owner of the property essentially jumped the gun on the actual clearing of the land which was proposed. There was some issue as to whether or not the 50-foot front yard setback and the area around the front wetlands, which sits between West Wakefield Boulevard and the area that has been cleared, was going to be cleared to the adequate size, and if there was too much clearing. But by and large, the only issue with the first problem was that the clearing had occurred beforehand. It did appear to me to be over half an acre of clearing, which, as we have noted in other applications that have come before the board, does trigger a review by the Wetlands Commission. The applicant came in with Lennard's application, was all set. Second thing, and the reason why I returned to this property, was as I was driving around during the winter, it was noted that there had been stone installed on the southerly side of the pink road on this. I don't know if you all have the same thing before me with the colors. It was installed. It's an alteration to an approved site plan. This was already approved by you. It was a change to the drainage. I didn't know what they put in, but it was clearly something because they added a whole bunch of riprap. I asked them to come back in, get the modification to their permit. I do not recall any such messages coming into my cell phone or office phone that I ignored. I do not recall ever indicating that one is allowed to change drainage patterns. When I've spoken with Jim Rollins about alterations to the driveway, Jim said yes, he did in fact, and I believe Jim, who is here, could speak to this. He said yes, he did in fact meet with Mr. Pratt, but did not give the indication that no other land use permits would be required. Jim would only speak in his capacity as the Director of Public Works, who would administer things like driveway permits and any effects on our public drainage system. And as Jim is in the audience today, I would not ask him to speak if he does not want to. He doesn't need to, frankly. The only issue before us is permitting this change to the site plan application, which will add the drainage. As has been noted multiple times by Mr. Lippincott, this was a depression in the ground before. You can consider this armoring of that swale or whatever have you. In my opinion, it is not a major change to the site plan, but it was a change, and I wasn't sure what was installed under it, if there were multiple drainage pipes. The other important thing is that there is a large depression in the ground currently. The plan calls for it to be filled in. It's going to be underneath the deck, patio, and house. They're asking to fill that in now, even if they're not getting started with the house. Yes.
Is that the foundation hole that you're talking
Yes.
about? Okay, that's gonna be underneath the deck?
Where the house is, though.
Oh, okay.
Based on the plan,
just wanted to clarify
the
that.
front deck and patio.
Just hang on one second. In reference to Jeff's question, filling in is what your dad indicated was somebody dug a foundation and didn't do anything?
Years ago, yes.
So that's what you want to clean up?
Yes,
Okay.
it collects
You want
water.
to top
It's
it off and whatever?
waste soil is
Right,
what
okay.
Todd.
Okay,
If
go
I
ahead.
may say one thing, if a couple of you on the board were willing to meet with me for just about 15 minutes, I'd love to show you the land and you know why this is done. It would be easy to show you that it should be, improved. And as I say, as far as the drainage goes, that has nothing to do with 225 Wakefield Boulevard. It has to do, well, you're looking, it has to do with 219 where I live, and 250, and it's the only road we have up to our house. And when Jimmy was there, it was washed out. I didn't fix it with my York rake till after he came. And now that I own the road, instead of have a right-of-way over it, I want to make it look decent. And just saying one other thing, the town of Winstead, and I applaud them, they cleaned out Mad River. They did it down by the old Cornell Company. They took the trees and shrubs out up near Mario's restaurant. Last year, there were at least 6 retaining walls put in Highland Lake, and I applaud it, because with the wake boats, you need them now, and they look good. And I'm all for this, but I look at this little stone to drain and say, why me? Why me?
Well, I don't think anybody's
People
picking
do
on you
things.
specifically.
He said he doesn't want any grass in there. Fine, I don't care. I'm not gonna argue. The thing is on the west side, it's far from the lake. Every house on the lake, including my shorefront, has grass. But, okay.
I think you got,
Mr. Pratt,
I think you got caught up into issues that came before the agent without your doing, so to speak, the cutting down of the trees and things of that sort. That was a red flag that he picked up on, and it opened up other areas. I think the simple solution is to ask for this modification, and this commission will likely give it to you, and, you know, we'll all go home happy, so to speak. Don't take it personal, it wasn't. It was just, you know.
I'd just like to
I hear you.
get that approved and get approved that I
I
can
hear you.
fix, because the foundation, when you get rain in the summer, it gets stagnant.
Sure.
And,
Jim,
it's
excuse me, Mike, what he's asking for is the,
It's probably a 3 to 4 foot depression, 30, it's sort of roughly round 30 to 40 feet
so
in size.
it would be backfilled and seeded to stabilize it?
It's supposed to be as part of the plan.
Right,
They're just
okay.
asking to
It
do
looks
it
like
now.
you're gonna
It's
dig it.
really
Yeah.
fine.
And the plan's approved, isn't it?
Yep, it's
Okay.
just they're doing it now as opposed to building the rest of the house. So they're not gonna do any of the other site work, they just wanna get this done now. From our office perspective,
Is that against our rules?
no, it's not a big deal, it's just if they're coming before the commission to approve this, they might as well state, and we're also gonna do this at the same time, so nobody else goes around and says, hey, what are you doing then?
So we're all on the same page.
And as far as the rocks, I mean, Mr. Pratt seems to believe that Jimmy gave him the approval, and you would think that, most people, I would, if I wasn't on the board, would think that Jim has the right to approve putting some stone in for drainage.
There has been
And I'm sure it
internal
was an
discussion.
improvement.
There
So-
has been internal discussion about improving the flow of information about people seeking driveway permits to let them know that they absolutely also still need land use permits. As this is not the first time someone has taken Mr. Rollins's excellent advice that just because you have a driveway permit does not mean you don't need land use and completely ignored it. But regardless of that fact, it is a relatively limited ask. We have already approved the plan
I think
that was
it
brought by
was
Leonard
meant for
Engineering.
Yeah,
I
I'd
think-
like to make a motion to approve. I'd like to make a motion to approve the, application 22-16 modification of IWWC 21-27 Denise Pratt, Kenneth Pratt, and Eleanor Pratt at 225 West Wakefield Boulevard to add a stone driveway along the edge and fill in the foundation as described.
So the proposal on our agenda is increased to, and fill in the,
Yes.
But that's already approved.
Yeah.
It's just starting in
Okay.
advance of the
It's a cleaner
rest of
way.
the excavation.
Right.
And no bond would be required.
Second.
Second, any discussion on it? All those in favor? Jeff? Okay, it's unanimous? Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Okay.
very much for coming before us, we appreciate it. All right, let's take a break for 5 minutes, and then we'll start new business. Come back at, a little past 10 of,
10 of or 10-2?
10 to.
Okay,
10
it's
of.
8:40. It's 8:43 right now. I don't know what that
10 to,
clock says.
A little past 10 of, is the same as.
Yes, that's fine.
At our age, it's 10 of, 10 to.
I'm sorry. I interpreted that as 10 past, which would be a large break. Just would like to thank everyone who has waited very patiently.
Kevin didn't help us. Well, he opened up a big can of worms. We get that last question answered. Yeah.
When my keys come back, I'll get
That's good. You give us direction.
Right, and I had a tough day.
I mean, we
But
can,
I'll
we
come back to
down
your,
for different reasons in the past time.
about, about setting up notices, you sent it to me.
Hey,
I
Rose.
was gonna offer to do them for you, just to.
No, I said.
Now, tell me, you didn't send them certified.
Piles been stuck.
I think each of you guys deserve
Certificate of mail.
Where, what do you think?
I'm still trying to get my award for not missing a meeting yet.
So as soon as my kids
No problem, thank you.
Okay, so that's approved.
Did I need, was it
Yes,
this
you
one
did.
or,
And
So this is
so
approved.
comments on the Dawson thing. The last time we wanted that independent engineer's report, he was the
No.
Hawken area. And that's, these significant.
that would have been great, before the meeting. Where, I'm trying to think.
Hey, Nils,
No bet.
bring a beer with you?
Making a mistake and making him stay a little bit better.
It's in the 4-pack around us here.
I prefer less myself.
Oh, he's got wine too. Where you going?
He meant I gotta ask my lawyer to.
He's walking home. Screw you, he's walking home.
I want to come to
We won't sweat it.
Relax. Way to go there.
Jackie will want to come in for both.
God.
This was continued. This is McTeague, right?
McTeague was contingent. What's going on, Nosy?
Oh, nothing.
You're in charge of this. What do you, how come, is there something inside I don't know about yet that's going on? I know you talked about that super bail and it.
No, just the,
There's
5 other projects going on. And then I
Moral
looked at it
ownership of,
again and I moved some papers
Of
and I
the
left.
project.
Okay.
And really, it's what it comes down to.
All right. And I noticed that big pile of, I'm sure it's contaminated soil that's underneath the plastic there.
Yeah, and
And we were in over the weekend.
That's just a notebook of mine. It's just a notebook.
Mary Ann, when's your brother starting that,
Yeah, and that's actually
that
one of the things
house?
that the town was trying to remove that. And they didn't have the proper permits in
I'm
place.
not sure,
So I actually, we put our two permits together, so Josh would actually will be
how,
presenting.
soon he
to
can
get
line
permits
up,
for
he
that.
likes
Josh-
to
Josh
GC his
Kelly,
own
yeah.
project.
Is that?
So it really depends on when his
back to the
contractors are available.
So he's actually, since the patio's being built on town
Oh, you found
property,
it, yeah.
he's actually submitting both permits.
I know.
And then this
And
year.
put it in a thermos,
Supposed to
right?
be there, quite frankly.
So is Josh presenting?
Yeah,
It's a good idea.
yeah.
But I see
She'll take some of it.
you're treating this
But I
like a
think, you know,
spectator
planning and
sport.
zoning, I'm just trying to start going.
I get, I go right to Taylor's garden.
The rest of me is gone.
You know, some pissing people.
Disrespectful.
25 history lesson tonight.
I've known you a long time.
1947.
I miss these meetings.
Jeff, I got throwing your name around, got me through a lot in life.
You got a lot of good.
Just never thought literally.
I like hashing it out.
So, just so you guys know, I called Jim today.
Who? Jim? Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah,
You're not gonna have a chance to
Gary,
talk about it
shamed me
today.
into it last night. He said, don't worry, I'm gonna be there in the meeting, you can badge me then.
Play nice in the sandbox. Okay, this was approved. So,
I don't know what, I had a whole,
Oh, you lost,
my original agenda had it all marked up, notes from the previous month. I can't find it. In the Pratt application, I had it.
right,
And
yeah.
it's-
I got
I'm
you.
telling
No,
you.
I know, it's a pain to
Scan
use.
on the ink, and this is on the kids'
No,
that's what I do too, I mark them
that never happened.
I once had a little file box that had a bunch of reports that I left at an office. Right? It had all my field notes. And I came back the next day, and the office was already cleaned out. The office. It looked like a little garbage bag. Like I thought it was a joke. Like it was stuff. Right. So
problem
somebody
is that-
thought it was a little garbage bag and threw away the files and then wrapped, you know, like you do on your in a bathroom, you put the little you put the little bag over it. Like I couldn't believe, like it was devastating. I couldn't believe. But one of the cleaning ladies who come in there thought it was a little tiny.
Jim, you were the only bright spot in Mr. Pratt's story.
Files filled like the sacks like that. Filled with stuff. I was lost for weeks. It was brutal. All right, demolition. Okay, I was here.
I need one, because I never got one in school.
That thermostat, I would make it best, like if you fail,
Gold.
Gold.
I got red ones.
You gotta get it.
I'm taking the best now. That's pretty good.
once the day passes, they automatically have approval. You know, we used to do it in the schools, like, if the teacher was up for tenure, if the principal elected to deal with the tenure issue,
Mike takes it very well.
right? And the date passed when his 3 years went up for probation.
You're what?
Once
I'm
that
reaching
date
my limit
passed,
on a
the
lot of
principal
things.
did not go to deny it, he's got it.
Don't go home.
Right. Yeah, because you didn't then.
I'm not gonna be able to go home tonight. I'm sleeping in my office. We're gonna be here till midnight.
Michael, let's pan out in the hall.
Pam's in the office with someone else.
Okay. All right.
Party.
Eric, let's get this train back on the tracks. I drove yesterday from Charlottesville, Virginia, back to Connecticut. One day.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Woo!
Where were you?
I
Yeah.
was in Charlottesville, Virginia, and I drove back yesterday in one day. I was supposed to spend the night in New York, but I didn't.
Did you go on 95 or are you higher up?
I didn't take 95.
You're higher up. I call them higher up.
What is
Yeah,
You had to go
81
through,
to 78.
oh, you
Yeah,
were
that's where I
west.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you stayed west.
It's much nicer. I took 95 down. It was a nightmare.
I do that.
Construction the whole way
You're
down.
driving through Washington and Baltimore and everything else.
That through
Jersey
Washington. That's
Turnpike.
And
tough
also
in
it
there.
was all construction.
Yeah.
Like I spent Sunday in Philly, so it just made sense. And I had to be at an event on Monday night in Charlottesville. So I said, all right, the way down I'm gonna just take 95, but not the way home.
I've been doing that route in North Carolina. I got to do it to Georgia, but I've been doing the higher one, the 78.
North Carolina, I went to Asheville last fall, and I
Yeah.
took the high route, and it was
Yep.
beautiful.
It is, yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
About an hour.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's worth it.
It's worth it.
Yeah. So
You
yeah, I
go
gotta
through
go.
the Shenandoah
I went just
Valley.
went through the Shenandoah last weekend. I forgot how beautiful it is. I gotta go through it on Monday. I'm going to Georgia.
With the
Unless you
last
have a
of
comfortable car.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I'm hoping to get.
Yeah, I know.
Box truck.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order.
Are for me and my back are
Really?
because you sit upright like this. It's like perfect posture.
Wow.
So sitting like this and driving versus
Like a 14-foot box truck?
28.
Oh, wow.
When you sit like this,
All right, under new business,
Right,
I'll take the box truck any day.
right.
application 22-17, Greenwoods Trail, which is also Camp Wani at 390 Winchester Road, demolition of a building.
I think it's Camp Delaware.
That's Camp Delaware, I'm sorry.
Delaware.
No, we're looking at Greenwoods Trails, 390 Winchester Road.
Right, I'm sorry. Yep.
No, that's not.
Okay. All right, would you please introduce yourself?
My name is Tom Langard, I'm the owner of Trails, Delaware.
Yep.
Bill Eichner.
Say it again, sir?
Bill Eichner.
Okay, thank you. In your capacity?
Here, I'm just a contractor.
Okay,
Doing the demo, right?
please,
Yeah.
State license.
Yep.
go ahead, sir.
We're,
We'd like to hear about your application, what you're proposing, how you're proposing doing it, and we'll raise questions. And at the end of that session, we'll accept your application. You may have some homework, you may not, and next month, depending upon what we've asked for and what you've given us, we'll move ahead for approval or more information. So that's the game plan.
So, Mr. Chair, not to jump in before the applicant, but it is notable that the applicant is seeking an agent determination for this project. And what they are looking to do is they are looking to take down a 43 by 75 foot building currently located approximately 75 feet from the lake on this property. Now there's two surveys. There's the large one, which is 1 by 100, and there's also a partial, which is 1 by 40, if I calculated my scale correctly. Essentially, this is a very old building. I included pictures in my agent report. This building is already partially down in sections, and for insurance reasons and safety reasons, the rest of the building has to come down. Now, it's not immediately next to the water. It's 75 feet and it's up a pretty steep slope. The first picture that I included shows the silt fence at the bottom of that slope, up that hill, and you can just see the back of the building at that. So there is a request to take down the building. Now the contractor, Mr. Eichner, has told me that there is no digging required because the building does not have piers in the ground. At least from what they can tell, from everything that exists, there does not need to be anything in terms of earth disturbance. They're going to put excavators at the top of the lot and pull the building away from the water onto the field that is up there as opposed to letting it fall down the slope. That is the extent of the project. They already have silt fence up. There is wood, a woodland separating that from the water, and as it currently stands, there is nothing else intended. No building is going back up, and the intent is to seed the area after the building is down and just let it vegetate.
From the contractor's point of view, it's a one-day job?
2-day job.
Two-day job. Building down, it'll be removed from site.
What's gonna happen, we're gonna bring the building down onto the first floor or bottom floor.
You're gonna implode it.
Yeah, but we're not gonna, implode it like you think, like you see on TV. We're gonna gingerly take it down so that you slide the pieces of building across the floor and get them into the baseball field that's up above, which is where there's an access for the dumpsters to load the material. Once the building that's above the floor is down, then we'll take the floor out. Now, there's no piers of any kind. They took large field stones, half the size of this table, placed them where they needed them, and put 12 by 12 cripples up to support the floor joists.
And cinder blocks, there was, on the lower site, there was those cinder
Yeah, there's
blocks
a
that
couple
were
cinder blocks.
stacked up
It
as
looks
basically
to me
piers. You can see
like
that in the
that-
picture, I think.
That back porch with the add-on.
Yeah.
But what has happened is frost has moved the stones and the building has shifted. So now the building is, it really shouldn't go under to do any kind of booking or whatever. But we gotta make sure that the building goes.
Are there any utilities attached to this building? Nothing. No electricity, no water, nothing.
So when you apply for demolition permit as a contractor, you
Has
have
to
to
be shut off.
submit
Right.
a document that says the utilities have been
Okay.
removed.
Michael, do you see any drawbacks to this?
No, insofar as the building's not safe as it currently is up. It's not near the wetland. There's already silt fence up by the bottom, so anything that does manage to get through the relatively dense net of trees, any loose pieces will get caught by that. I don't see a lot of earth movement because there isn't going to be a lot of earth, even if there are surprise piers down there. That it doesn't look like there's anything on the outside. So it's all going to be pulled away from the water, going further from the wetlands.
When are the kids arriving?
June 26th.
So we have tonight. You have tonight.
The applicant was seeking an agent determination if there was any things that you wanted to see concerning the project, because it's not possible to accept and approve on the first meeting with a brand new application. They were hoping that you would give it to me and I could approve it in time for them to do the project if you have no concerns, as my concerns have mostly been addressed in my sidewalk already.
Anybody with any,
So,
Jeff,
I-
Jeff,
One container for the removal of all the debris?
that's up on the field.
It'll be,
Okay,
it'll be a few containers.
okay.
Go ahead,
I would
Russ.
mostly agree with with Michael, I went to the site and went to it, and I would say the same thing. You're really far. You've got a fully vegetated
Barrier.
slope, which is your barrier that they're not taking the vegetation out of.
Right.
And in pulling this material back, as long as, I mean, there is a sewer, there are old sewer lines under there of some sort.
The way
They might have been capped. I think the owner mentioned a plumber had capped that, but as far as,
Yeah, the way the camp was set up is all of your sewer, water stuff is all on top of the ground, the whole camp. Because it's a summer thing and they drain it.
oh, okay,
So
now that
it's
makes
not like you gotta have it, you know, frost
Right.
protection.
right, I
So
understand.
all the
That's
pipes you see.
Right, yeah,
Yeah, and those, and that building hasn't been used for that
right.
in years, like way before my time.
So I mean, what I saw there was what Michael saw there. I don't have a problem approving it.
We're good?
Let's do it.
All right, we have a motion to instruct the agent to make a determination and just get back to us next month. How was the status of it?
By the time this time next month, it should be down, so I'll have updated pictures.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve an agent approval on IWWC 2217.
Refer for an agent.
Refer for an agent.
Okay. There's no, I don't think there's gonna be a bond necessary. There's a silk fence up, so I don't see any other requirements.
There's no plan for digging.
Yeah, so, okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Andrea? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Okay? Get it down before the kids come.
Alex,
Go ahead.
can I put the police up?
No way.
Don't start. Don't start.
He
I'm gonna go slow on that agent determination if you start with that.
He didn't approve it yet.
Drain the bond.
Have a good one. You're welcome. Good night. All right, application 22-18, the applicant is the town of Winchester, and the location is Wallens Hill Street and Stowe Road, map 023, block 151, lot 017, to install a new 529,000 gallon drinking water storage tank, water main, and associated strike road construction. Thank you for being patient. Please identify yourselves and,
For the record, I'm Jim Rollins, Public Works Director, Town of Winchester. And we're here to show you our application for a actually wastewater connection for Wallens. This is for Wallens Hill. We'll have a second application for Crystal Lake. But this is up on Wallens Hill to remove so we're adding a new water tank on top of Wallace Hill. With these, our project administrator, Bart Clark, Town of Winchester, James Sawyer, Menard Engineering. So James can, give you a lowdown, and Bart and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Good evening. So, this is the plan, the proposed plan for Wallens Hill. But, this is the new water storage tank, will also include an access drive entry. This is the existing water storage tank that's there. The reason for the tank is. Sure.
thank you.
So it'll include excavation of the existing hillside, filling in the downslope, adding drainage that's shown in yellow, footing drain around the tank, and some other slope interceptors, current drains. The blue line is the outline of the wetland area, and there's a small stream at the base of it. This is the 100-foot watercourse review area, and this is 75-foot overflow won't be used under normal conditions and for exceptional to be used. And so the water that will discharge in there will just be the groundwater, these are curtain drains and other receptors.
Could you speak up a little bit?
In the footing drains. And the access drive will be gravel. This is paved, I'm sorry. The other side is gravel. So there'll be a paved access drive near the wetlands. And if there's up the water coming off the slope, there'll be a 12-inch pipe crossing underneath the access drive. This shows a blown up view of that. It shows the access drive in close vicinity of the outlined wetland area and the 12-inch pipe crossing. And there's also drainage trail on the side, except the water coming off the hillside. And this is the detail of the access drive. So it'll start near the existing road and go uphill and level off over in here. So near this access area and that small parking area. Just for the water control building, we'll have the altitude valves and gate valves to control the water flow within the tank. And this is a close-up of the level spread. So we'll have riprap line and it'll be flat on the top area. So the water has a chance to build up within the level spread and go out equally on all sides. And again, this small drain pipe.
The blue area that you just pointed to?
This is the wetland.
That's the wetland, so that, you're pretty close to that right now, it's not 10 feet?
We're fairly close to it, 10 feet.
Okay, what protections do you have for the wetlands there?
Okay, I have all the wetland protections outlined on a further sheet. So we're pulling the Connecticut, 2002 regulations, and we have all of them on this sheet here for the contractor to verify and sign off on. And we list the construction sequencing on that, which will include the installation of all the sediment and erosion control measures prior to the construction of the tank and the access road. These are the various details of the sediment and erosion control measures and catch basin protection, silt fence, erosion control matting, anti-cracking pads, and composite filter tubes, or straw bottles, as they're also known as. And a dewatering basin in case they encounter any groundwater. So again, the blue line is the wetland areas and the review line. The green is the erosion control matting on the 301 slope. And over in here also more erosion control matting to stabilize the slopes while the grass comes in towards the end of the project. And silt fence will be surrounding the downside of the construction area to protect the wetlands, and straw or composite filter tubes will be along the path of the utilities that will be located here. This is the time for the water piping, and then we'll have electrical and telecommunication line connect onto the utility pole at the bottom over in here.
What type of construction equipment is gonna be used?
Pardon?
Construction equipment, what are you bringing in?
Well, we'll have cranes, excavators, bulldozers.
And access?
There'll be access through here through this anti-traffic.
So currently,
hill comes up this way, and there's a road that most of you probably have never been on, which you go to the top of Wallens, it takes a right onto Stowe Road.
Yeah.
We're coming in off of this direction because it's really level here, where this is really steep. So this comes in off of Stowe Road, so that's a new driveway.
Yeah, it would have a much greater impact to put the access stripe here, we'd have to.
So everything is gonna be coming in from the roads you just described and away from the wetlands and the topography of the land.
Yeah.
But you're digging a big, kind of around that tank is a big area that's essentially dug out. It's not flat.
It's a cut and fill.
It's a cut and
It
fill.
has to be built into the hillside, and we have to match the elevation of the two pressure reducing valves that are on the other side of the town that sets the elevation of the tank.
Okay, all right.
And so the base elevation is set from the overflow down. And so we tried to pick the contour, and then the foundation is on undisturbed soil to stabilize the tank foundation and the matting.
The wetland's really higher than the tank.
No,
Not
this
really,
is
no?
You think it
downhill.
would be, but it's not.
It's,
Downhill is up on.
right, I see what you mean. Okay, now I get my right.
Yeah, so we show sediment and erosion.
Okay, I got you.
And matting.
Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's a cut and fill. Is the site currently vegetated? Are you just gonna, is it all forest? You're just gonna clear it?
It's trees and they need to clear it.
Naturally. So how much clearing are you looking at?
Well, I don't know an exact amount in acres, but the limit of tree clearing is shown right here.
So Jim, we're doing a 530,000, sorry, 529 rounding, 529,000 gallon drinking water storage tank. So what is the purpose of this? Are we expanding drinking water capacity? Are we adding redundancy?
We go back to page one, oh, actually, it's on this page here. We have an existing 1.5 million gallon tank,
Million?
1.5 million.
Million, okay.
3 times larger than this one.
Gallon tank that has reached the end of its life. It's actually out of commission, out of service right now. It's not connected. And we really need a little more water volume, especially on this side of town for fire flows, emergencies, and just, you know, we really should have 2 days of storage in the system. So with this tank being down, and we're actually engineering to get this removed. That'll be a separate project. So this tank is out of commission, and we've determined through, you know, modern mathematics and engineering that we need a smaller tank, but we need it at a higher elevation. So what's the elevation change from the old one up to the new one, 20-something feet, 30?
If I go back to the first sheet, you can see the elevation. So the base elevation of the existing tank is at elevation 962. The proposed tank elevation base is at 1,003.
50.
So
This tank is significantly too low for the system to be used.
yeah, so what happens now, the way this system, the old tank was designed, the hydrostatic pressure of the water in the system, in the pipes, would actually fill this tank up to a point where it was right at the full mark. And the water would never really drain out of it unless you had a fire or a water main break. So we had to constantly by hand, you know, move that water level, recycle the water, add chlorine to it, and it's just inefficient. It was never really laid out right, and it was oversized, so we had to maybe drop that down.
The concern I'm thinking is if you're going to take the old tank down, would it make sense to do that first? Well, technically or legally you can't, because you're gonna solidify and stabilize the new area, and then you're gonna drive out of it, or you're gonna go back the short way up to the top.
Yeah, so when this tank comes down, we'll go out the existing driveway.
And you're gonna cross wetlands there.
And, well, yeah, we'd have to, I guess we'd have to get a permit for demolition for that tank. There wouldn't really be any site disturbance.
And you don't wanna do that simultaneously?
No, we're not ready to do that. We don't know when it's gonna be. And since we don't have a plan for it, we'll have to come back to that.
Pam, does this have to be reviewed, or because it's the town that, we need an independent engineers?
Not typically when it's the town.
We don't,
engineer.
okay.
Not, it's always the commission's call.
Okay.
But it's significant activity,
And
correct?
that's we need a public hearing. Again, that's our call. What's the housing in the area?
There's a house, right here, and there's another house over here, and then some, I believe these are condos.
The condos are actually over here somewhere.
All right, so there's another structure right here. Yeah, and another one
So there-
somewhere on
there's
this parcel.
Wallens Hill is more densely populated residential-wise than Stowe Road. I've been up on Stowe Road. It's pretty rural. It's a relatively quick transition up to larger lots with much more vegetative coverage. But still residential all around.
So then, the suggestion might be to have a public hearing.
If the commission finds that this is either a significant impact to wetlands
for
or
public
in the
interest.
public interest, you can. This is a town project. It is done by Public Works, but it is up to the commission.
It's certainly significant. I mean, it's a huge, it's a big project, right? I mean, there's activity-wise, I mean, it's a major, it's a major construction
A lot of
project.
material being.
Yeah, a lot of material, a lot of trucks in and out. Yeah, yeah.
It's important to note that
And
there's
tax
very,
family.
What's that?
We probably should.
Yeah, yeah.
it's important to note that there's very limited, impact or activity within or near wetlands or in the regulated area.
You know, part of what this commission's responsibility, especially when the applicant is the town, is that we're transparent. And by allowing for a public hearing, that removes the the conceptualization that we're not being transparent. And, we've been taking the position that we want to be. So, the suggestion will be that we will have a public hearing, and that's by consensus, I think.
Yeah, we need
Marianne?
to make a
Okay, and,
In
for
the public, because of the public
interest or
because of
significant impact?
activity.
In your most recent statement, Mr. Chair, you just noted that the goal of the town is to be more transparent. To me, if that is the primary reasoning of the commission, that implies that this is for the public interest, to inform the public about the town's ongoing activities. It is important to note that most of the actual site work is significantly outside of any wetlands areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But still,
But if it is considered by the town to be, by the commission to be important that the public hear about and have a chance to speak, then that would be for public interest.
okay, so we'll have a public hearing for informational purposes.
Public interest.
It's also important to note that this activity will have, a special permit application with a planning and zoning, and it's been part of several public hearings, with the bond issue and everything, so there's been a lot of public exposure for this.
Except that this is the first we're hearing of it.
Jim, when are you scheduled to do this work?
Ideally, we would like to start the excavation work and get the site prepared, this fall. Let the site sit over the winter and actually do the tank construction, next spring.
Is this gonna go out to bid, or this is
Oh,
a
yeah.
public works project?
No, this is, no, definitely.
No, because there've been times in the past where it went out to bid, the bids came back too high, and then public works became involved.
Yeah, this is way.
Okay.
beyond our scope.
Above your pay scale.
No, you fill that tank.
You find the right equipment.
So you have time.
But that being said, there's time for a public
Yeah.
hearing.
Okay. So we're gonna accept this application.
I just had another
Go
question
ahead,
too.
please.
So when you fill that tank, how is that tank filled then?
Gravity, so
Gravity?
the pipes, there's already pipes that come to this tank, and they've been severed somewhere in this area.
Capped.
Yeah, and capped. So then we will connect into here, and it'll run from this tank right down. And then the pressure, because our water starts way up on Crystal Lake, you have all the weight of that water pushing it through the pipes. It will push it right up into this tank.
Right uphill, huh?
And that's why this tank location was chosen, because that height has to match exactly where that hydrostatic pressure puts it, so that enough goes in and enough comes out, that the tank turns over every week or so with fresh new water.
15 miles apart.
Yeah.
And then after, you really want to remove that first tank after, is there any type of like contamination issues or destroying of the new pipes?
Well, yeah, there shouldn't be any concerns over
Okay.
damage to the system.
Environmental?
Again, the engineers are coming up with demolition plan, right time the demolition to the point in time where the scrap prices for steel, because that's an old steel tank, are maximized to try to offset right now they're only about $120 a ton. You know, we'd much rather have around 300 or 400.
So you can stockpile it.
So that's another
Stockpile it in
reason
your
why
yard.
we wanna, we wanna put the cart before the horse. We're trying to do everything as meticulously and strategically as we can.
Will the water taste any different?
It's the same water.
Oh, okay.
I don't
No,
know.
I was just,
Are there any other questions from the commission?
It'll be a little fresher, to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
it will be
Okay,
a little fresh.
so we're gonna accept this application tonight.
Oh, sorry,
and-
I have one more question. That
Go ahead.
access road? Yeah, so you said that one of the uses for this water is for the fire department? So is that access road?
No, so the fire department will access it through the fire hydrants, because these are all connected to the water mains.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Good?
The access road is the control building, which has all the valving inside, which makes the tank operate. There's special valves inside, specialty valves allow the water to flow one way and then the other way, to flow both ways. But control it based on elevation and hydraulic pressure.
I think once it's built, we need to set up a field trip for all the people of the town.
There you go.
It's interesting.
go.
It's really
really
interesting.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay, is there a motion to accept?
Sure, I'll make a motion to accept, make a motion to accept application IWWC number 2218. Town of Winchester is the applicant. The location is the corner, the land between, at the intersection of Wallen Street and Stowe Road, map 023, block 151, lot 017. The proposal is to install a new 529,000 gallon drinking water storage tank, water main, and associated site work construction. We're going to have a public hearing in the public interest, and
There a second?
it.
Second.
Jackie?
And
all
just
those
say
in-
for the record, the public hearing will be July 20th.
Oh, yeah,
July 20th?
Next
Okay,
meeting, yeah.
Okay, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, the next application is the Town of Winchester again. It's 338 Winchester Road, installation of a new 691-gallon drinking water storage tank, water main. I don't know what the letters may stand for, SCADA upgrades and associated site work construction. Introduce, Jim, go ahead.
Again, Jim Rollins, Public Works. Because nothing ever moves alone in this universe, the water tank that we just discussed in the prior application is working in connection with the new tank. This site is actually up at the Crystal Lake Water Treatment Plant. There's currently a 1 million gallon concrete tank, and we are adding a 500,000 gallon or so steel tank here. Two reasons for adding this tank. One is for increasing storage volume to get to our 2 days of storage, which is recommended by the health district. And the other half of that equation is this tank is 20-something years old and needs some maintenance on the inside. Currently, we have no redundancy. This is the only tank we have that can store water for health code reasons. You need to have chlorine contact time. And we can't drain this tank to fill it and then just run regular filtered, treated water into the system. We've got to have a place to store it for a certain amount of time, then it can go out. So we need to get in here to do work on this. We looked at temporary tanks, and the cost of a temporary tank was, not too far off of what we expect the cost of the new tank to be, and then you got nothing for it. So we get water storage, we get redundancy, and it's gonna work in tandem with this tank and the tank on Wallens Hill with all the flows and volumes and, yeah, a lot of engineering went into deciding on that.
Talk about the impact on the wetlands.
I'll let James.
Okay.
carry
So,
this
aging materials. So the excavated material will be removed from here and added over into here. Again, we'll have a drainage system, curtain drain on the base of the slope, footing drain around the drainage wall of the tank. That'll exit out into a level spreader, similar to the other site. And this one will have two tank overflows, due to the volume of water that may overflow. And that'll go into the drainage pipes and out into the level spreader that will fill up with water and then gradually release it out.
And your access roads?
This is the access road. It'll be a gravel access road with a small paved apron at the beginning. Which the access road will go down and there'll be a little control box over in here. And we'll connect onto the existing piping over in this area. And so this tank will be designed, as Jim said, as redundancy in the system to allow the existing tank to be taken offline. And then in the future, it'll be run and, can be run in either series or parallel. So then you have, a way to maintenance the new tank or the old tank. And it's to provide enough, chlorine contact time for when the water's clean to be able to drink it.
Are these proposals gonna be done simultaneously, or?
It'll be out to bid as two separate projects, but I imagine that, the way the funding works through the state will be bid as two separate projects. But I believe they wanna do it at the same time. but might bid at the
Very
same
similar time.
You have the
Maybe
funding,
one
you have
contract.
funding yet, or not yet?
So we
Funding
went-
do you have funding for them?
So we went through the public hearing process to use the town's credit to borrow money through the state revolving fund, and we secured, whatever that money is, assuming the bids come in. where
So
we want
you're
them
ready to roll?
We're good to go.
Okay.
What do you think they're gonna be? How much? I don't know if that's a perfect question or.
No, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, around,
Somewhere around 2 million each.
All right, are there any other concerns that we have? All right, again,
So-
public interest, public hearing.
On
say-
July 20th.
Yeah, on July 20th, so we'll have
Do
them.
them together.
Will they be consecutive or independent?
They're separate projects, as
So
opposed
then-
to sometimes when you have adjacent properties with the same project. These are two different
And they're
sites.
different locations. Okay, so we'll have two public hearings, one for A and B. Any other concerns here?
Who made that? Did I miss that? Was that you, Mary Ann, that you made that?
I think the
No.
first one, I didn't.
Nobody
see
made the
it.
We
motion.
didn't make one yet.
It's just the
I
commission.
get.
No, no.
I'll make a
Was
motion.
it
There you go,
to-
Andrea, thank you.
Accept IWWC 22-19 applicant Town of Winchester for the location at 338 Winchester Road, installation of a new 691,000 gallon drinking water storage tank, water main SCADA upgrades and associated site work construction. And we're gonna have the public interest hearing, or we're putting this to the July 23rd for, due to public interest.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Jeff, Russ, rather, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you very much, gentlemen. You guys back again? Oh, no.
Yes, they're back again.
No. The next application is the Town of Winchester,
Oh, that's not you.
location.
Okay, never
There's a
mind.
lot of us working in town.
The location is Highland Lake, and the proposal is a new 5-year drawdown schedule for Highland Lake.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Lord Platt, Highland Lake Water Level Committee. I got a little PowerPoint presentation for you guys tonight.
Power technology.
Go back a little.
Okay, so. Highland Lake is one of Winstead's greatest assets. In the last few years, it has faced some environmental challenges. the Sucker Brook Dry Dam bypass pipe blowout in the fall of 2018, which allowed considerable amount of sediment and materials into the lake. The diatom bloom in the spring of 2019, which in itself isn't bad, but could signal future problems down the road. In the fall of 2020, it was determined there was a cyanobits in the water, which basically are cyanobacteria, which is blue-green algae, that had died early. We are fortunate this did not reappear for now. However, a cyanobacteria bloom can indicate deteriorating water quality.
It is ecologically important to keep deep water to prevent light from reaching the bottom of the lake, which increases the likelihood of toxic phytoplankton and cyanobacteria blooms. Drawdowns are mainly for residents, homeowners, to do maintenance on their walls and shoreline, and must be done in an environmentally sound way.
Previously excessively long drawdowns in the winter have caused floating bogs in the bays. These bogs have brought the bottom of the lake up and moved it onto people's shorelines and onto the public beaches. And here's some pictures of the bogs. And these is basically what happens when the lake stays down too long in the winter. The bottom freezes and when the water comes back up, it picks the bottoms up. And one year it was over on Risha Beach. It actually closed Risha Beach for a year. Now, for our research, we used the Highland Lake Water Quality Report. We used the evaluation from the 2008-2016 drawdowns and the Highland Lake Data Scorecard. Now, this is a chart for the last 20 years for how long it takes to refill the lake. From the time that the ice is off and the gates get closed, and it varies considerably. It goes from up to 171 days one year, and some years it's as quick as 24 days. So the lake is very environmentally challenging when the water, if we got water, it fills up. If we don't, it doesn't. 2020, 2021, the last deep drawdown, it took 96 days to come back up after the gates were closed. Following pictures are the shoreline on the third day with the water level down at 83 inches. So at 83 inches, there's a lot of shoreline showing. You can see the weeds that are starting to grow, then they were all the big weed bed. And there's some more shoreline. And the new house there that you guys did a dock permit for, on the upper left-hand corner. And some more shoreline. And the final one is the island. Now, the Water Level Committee recognizes the increased workload that deep drawdowns adds to you. So we are adding a 4-foot drawdown to the schedule to try to alleviate this. The proposed schedule, other than this one 48-inch drawdown, is very similar to previously approved schedules. Now, here's the schedule. We're looking at 36 inches down, 48 inches down, 36 inches, and then a deep drawdown for a maximum of 84 inches, and then another 36-inch drawdown. Water Level Committee will review the drawdown proposal annually and determine if adjustments will be needed to be made based on precipitation levels, aquatic problems, dam maintenance, and other public works issues that may interfere with the drawdowns. Drawdown is for shoreline maintenance while retaining water in the coast to prevent ice formation and floating bogs. The Board of Selectmen, in conjunction with the Water Level Committee, reserve the right to postpone or revise the schedule depending on environmental conditions that may warrant it. And that's the end of our proposal.
Willie, can you go back to that chart? The question I have is why with the 48 drawdown that you're recommending, 48 inches, why are you using November 1st? Because one of the things you stated was that you want to help alleviate the work of the committee because of the deep drawdown, and, you know, you're giving us a late date kind of thing?
If I may.
We felt that, you know, it's only going another 12 inches, that November 1st would allow the residents to use the lake. And if we did it like October, we usually do October for 84 inches.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
It'll affect the masons and contractors more than it'll affect the commission, right?
If I may, Mr. Chair, the goal is not necessarily to alleviate the commission's workload in 23-24, but to alleviate the commission's workload in 25-26. The idea being, if we go down another foot
More
on a
work to be
different
done.
year, we can get a bunch more
Yeah.
walls done in shallow areas and get those approved and completed 2 years from now, and then not be completely
again-
overloaded in
And
25-26.
then the question is, November 1st is a late time because the drawdown takes time.
It is a late time, but considering it's only an additional 12 inches down, and we normally only go a month out when we're trying to go double that depth, it's not inconceivable that within a month we can drop a full extra foot. I don't actually know the rate at which the water goes out, but it's dependent on our sluice gate levels.
Jim knows. Where's Jim?
He left.
Oh, I think it drops, oh, Jim.
Jim leave. Oh my God, Jim, I'm so
Jim,
sorry.
what does it drop, 3 inches a day?
It really depends.
You open the gates and how long does it, you know, what is it,
So,
roughly?
it's a moving target for a lot of reasons. Currently, you know, as Willie knows, we've been trying to, how do I communicate the issue with the drawdown rate and the leaking onto the road? So, we can only lower the lake so fast. We used to be able to draw it down faster, but currently, as water has been running down what's known as Highland Lake Stream for, you know, over a century, water has kind of washed away the fines in the soil, leaving the rocks, and as it comes rushing down, when it gets to Boyd Street or Route 263, it kind of just bleeds through that rubble that was put in when that stream was diverted to make water power factories 100 years ago. It's kind of washed the fines out of all those rocks and dirt. Now water is making its way into and under that building on the corner or about next to the bridge on Boyd Street, which, okay, it is what it is. It's their property, but as it makes its way out onto the road, it's causing a traffic hazard because we're lowering the lake when it's cold out and it's freezing up. And so we can't open up the gate as far, so it doesn't drain as fast. So we don't have a feel for how long it takes.
Well, what hazard is that on Meadow Street? Where's the
Yeah,
hazard, on Meadow Street?
No, the hazard is on Boyd Street.
Oh, it's on Boyd, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Icing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, we get called out, DOT gets called out to sand it and salt it, and again, now we're adding more sand salt, to the environment, and making a traffic hazard. So we're trying to figure a way out of it, and we just haven't yet. So I don't have an answer for you, because it's a moving target. Every year, we can only open that gate at Highland Lake a little bit less, or else it's flooding the road. So it's a moving target, but yeah, you can assume a couple inches a day. If you get a rainstorm, then 1 inch of rain adds 3 inches of water. When the lake is full, it adds 6 inches when you're down at 3 feet, so it's a moving target. There's a lot of variables.
All right, now, we simply have to accept this, and then it goes to the selectmen for a vote, correct?
Selectmen have already approved it.
They've approved it, so we're just rubber stamping it.
One question I had is, how does if you're only dropping it another foot, how do you determine as a homeowner if that's like enough to do your dock or your wall? Because it's 3 feet to 4 feet, it's not really that much, so how do you, is it really gonna alleviate a lot of these, in a sense, allowing more people to do work? Maybe in shallow areas, but do those people know that this year is a good year to do it? Or are we just gonna get a flood of people thinking, oh, it's a bigger drawdown, I can do work when they don't really know how far down it's gonna go?
On one hand, yes. But on the other hand, it actually doesn't matter because permits are good for 5 years when someone gets their approval. It matters when their mason gets out there. The problem we run into is people hear there's going to be a deep drawdown. People don't really plan more than a year out ahead most of the time for most people, so we get a massive flood of applications like came in 2020 when there were 72 applications that year. We're trying to avoid that again because that leads to 2-week meetings that go to 11 o'clock every single night. We don't want that. If it encourages more people to apply earlier, even if they have to delay on their lake wall for 2 years, they don't have to come before you. They just go to their mason, the mason says, yeah, I can't do it, I need 5 feet, but they already have their approval. And unless it needs to be an emergency repair, this really is for alleviating the work that you have to do being overloaded and concentrated. That's what the 48 inches accomplishes. For some shallower areas, it may work, but in terms of getting the 84 inches down, if you really need a deep area, you're gonna need that anyway.
Right.
And you won't be able to work until that year, but you could also not have to wait before the commission, you could just go as soon as it drops, once you already have your approval beforehand. Just people don't plan 5 years out for lake wall
Right,
repairs.
I'm just a little, my concern or issue is that are people going to start these projects almost prematurely? That they're not, the water really isn't deep enough. Now they get into it and realize, oh, this water's filling back up or didn't go down, they're trying to push water out,
That's really on the mason that they hired to go, yeah, I can't do that. Or to tell them, sure, I'll get in the water.
Things they can't do all the time.
Oh, that's very true.
I mean,
You know what,
Absolutely.
Then we can create an unstable environments out on the walls or on the waterfronts that may take 2 more years to remedy.
But wouldn't it be, I mean, to Michael's point, if the applications are coming in, therefore sort of creating a little bit more balance in the workload across those years between the 48-inch drawdown and the 84-inch drawdown, they come before us, this is a discussion we can have with them. Hey, make sure you talk to your mason about whether or not those 12 inches are gonna give you what you need for access. Like, that, they
No,
come
I
here,
don't
we
think
talk to
anybody,
them.
certainly we're not, I don't think we're opposed to what you're suggesting, but I think we need to know a little bit more about it and how it's gonna be helpful.
4 feet would get you probably all of First Bay. It would get a significant portion of Second Bay. You only need, what, 4 feet?
I need 3 feet.
3 feet? So, 4 feet opens up a whole new bunch of territory around the lake.
But isn't one of the goals is having less land exposed in the beginning of this PowerPoint discussion? Wasn't it that the less that's exposed, the better,
So
right?
that's why, we're throwing in a 48-inch and we're closing it in December 15th.
No, you're closing it 3 days.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize.
We didn't pick
Okay.
that up.
I didn't.
You're
that's a
closing it 2
subtlety that I
weeks,
didn't see.
2 weeks earlier
Yes.
to allow it to fill up faster.
Yes.
Okay, that now,
My thought is, my thought, just as open discussion, is I don't see it as, decreasing the workload, I sort of see that, but it's not, I look at it as it is what it is. When you have these big drawdown years, you have a lot of
I
applications.
appreciate it.
Right.
No,
I went through it too. I remember it was tough, but I just want to make sure we're doing the best thing for the lake. That's really my concern with it. Is this really that much better? It's about the lake to me. I mean, I got to stay up a bunch of extra hours. I'm not gonna love it, but I'll do it.
Right, but I think
And I don't know. That's why I'm just kind of posing and trying to get.
But this is
out there.
addressing that issue as well, right? You're doing both at the same time, because what they're suggesting is that the 84-inch drawdown doesn't last as long.
no, it lasts longer.
No, I think
January
it,
1st.
you're saying it doesn't last as long as it would have otherwise without this interim kind of semi-deep drawdown.
And the point
They're
also-
offsetting it.
No.
And the point also is that, increasing the water flow back into the lake, it's before the lake freezes, so that you don't have, frozen mud flats, which creates
Right.
a problem.
Okay. So that's part of the intent. I'm just trying to get to. That's part of the intent.
You see,
of
they're
Solomon.
closing the gate, right?
No, the deep drawdown, they're closing it later than December 15th, they're closing it December 30th. So it's staying open longer. Staying open longer, just the opposite.
Okay. So it's staying,
So
so my
does-
question is
so
it
does that
seems like you're
defeat the
exposing
purpose?
more,
Yeah.
are you exposing more, is this plan exposing more of the lake bed for a longer period of time than the previous plan?
On the, yes, it is.
Alright, so to me, what is the point, if the point is to save some late nights,
It's
I'm not into
exposing
that,
more
I mean,
because we are taking it down 12 more inches than during that 1 year than the
Right.
rest. Yes, then in that aspect, it does expose more of the lake bed.
which is the beginning of the PowerPoint presentation,
Right,
it wasn't
right.
good. So I'm just kinda questioning, like, why are we going in that direction exactly?
Most of it is to get the bottom water across in the shallow coves before they freeze.
Okay.
Because if they freeze and then the water picks it up, then we have an issue.
Right.
So if we can get the water back in the coves, that's why it's closed December 30th. But
Okay.
Traditionally, the
That-
water,
that's what I'm
they won't
looking
freeze.
for, okay.
We thought the extra 12 inches would let people fix more walls sooner that only need 48 inches.
Okay.
And then by closing it December
I
15th.
think that's the key, to closing it earlier.
Right.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Not, you know,
Not leaving till
if you left it open longer, you'd create the bogs.
Yes.
If you went to December, or
Well, back then
December
they were going
30th.
into January,
Right.
that's when that happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what, okay, so I understand more, I wanted to clarify that, I wanna, like I said, my interest is that it's improving, whatever we're doing is improving the potential, these late issues that we're having in the beginning of the PowerPoint presentation.
Now, Pam, you would know, the present drawdown schedule is now over,
It's
correct?
expired, yes.
It expires as of last year, you're up for a new
Ran through
year.
winter of 2022.
So this is,
For this
so the-
current year,
this winter will be our first year on this new schedule.
yes.
Okay. That's important for homeowners to know the sequence of the drawdowns. Okay.
And
so-
how does this information get to everybody?
Well,
On the town?
I think Highland Lake Watershed Association does a good job with that. The office does a good job with that.
It'll be on the HLWA website.
You know, so that part
Definitely
is
be in the
covered.
newsletter.
I'll be in the newspaper too, so.
Yeah.
And I think the big thing is letting them know when the gates close,
Mhm.
when it's gonna start to fill up, because with 48 inches, they can run out of time real fast, depending upon the winter.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion to just accept or approve?
And then,
or-
last time, you did hold a public hearing, and it was in the public interest.
Yeah.
You don't have to, just, and
You send letters out to
you don't.
everybody on the lake.
You don't, like, you just advertise it in the newspaper,
Again,
but you don't, I don't
We're
think,
transparent.
you don't have to.
Why not do it?
I looked it up for the process-wise from 2017, how it was done.
And
But-
we did do that.
You did. And
We will schedule a public
you
hearing.
don't have to. You don't have to. There's nothing that says
But
that
if
you
a
have to.
homeowner complains, then why didn't you tell us? You know, because it's the tenant. If we did it the last time,
It's not gonna affect any, I think,
Yeah,
I would do it,
I
why
don't
not?
think it hurts.
To let people weigh in.
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I don't know, I could,
Come on, it's just one more late night. That's all it is.
could delay,
To
could
delay. It's not gonna delay.
doing what needs to be done.
We have until,
But it's,
we
yeah, I
have
don't think it's
until,
delaying there, it's
November.
not gonna delay any of it.
yeah. All right, we're gonna schedule a public hearing for public interest.
Who's making that motion?
Bring your PowerPoint to
There
the
you
public
go.
hearing.
And,
I'll make that motion. I'll,
have
make
a
a
motion.
motion to accept, IWWC 22-20 applicant, Town of Winchester, location Highland Lake, And the proposal is for the new 5-year drawdown schedule for Highland Lake. And we will hold a public hearing due to public interest on July 20th.
Thank you very much.
So I just have a question, this is a logistical question. So you're not approving now, you're waiting for
The public hearing.
Public
Yep.
hearing?
We're taking a stand that we want to be more transparent with everybody. So people can come or they can look on the website, you know, but if they're here and if they have any opposition or anything, at least we can hear what they want to say.
You know, being it's affecting every homeowner on the lake, you know, it makes sense to let them know.
I'm on the lake.
And so are we, and, you know, other people here, so it just makes sense to let them know. And it's comforting to tell somebody, well, I didn't know about it, but yeah, we had a public hearing, and everyone was invited to the public hearing to express their concerns. So it just cleans it up for us, anyway. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Steve?
We haven't taken a vote.
We haven't taken
Oh,
a vote.
all those in favor of a public hearing for interest at July meeting? It's unanimous, but thank you. Okay, we're back to normal business now. Is Mr. Barrs here? Ah, there you go. 636, sidewalk.
Frank.
Like what you've done.
Okay, sir. This is a modification.
Yes.
Introduce yourself, tell us what you want.
My name is Frank Bears, live on 636 East Wakefield Boulevard. And my situation right now, I've been, in my attempt to get a CO on this project after a 7-year saga. I talked to Michael, he reviewed the whole situation, he reviewed the drawings, and we discovered that the sidewalk on the south side of the garage, one section of the sidewalk, was not on the approved. Just a full
Oversight.
yeah, didn't even, when we did the job, we just kept doing the sidewalk, we didn't even think about that part of the section.
It's, if I may, Mr. Chair. So the original project was approved in 2015, and then there was modifications and new applications in 2018. The original plan called for the creation of, the removal of an existing parking area, and then what actually happened was a whole sidewalk got added on the south side. It's within the 100-foot wetland setback. It is, insofar as its likelihood to affect the lake, not major, it's stable. Site is stable at this point. It came in for their CO. This was a discrepancy I noticed. From a standpoint of how I feel about it, I don't actually have any problems with it as it exists. The major reduction in impervious surface coverage that occurred on this site already with the introduction of the proposed brick paver driveway has majorly improved water control, at least from what I saw from the old plans compared to what's proposed now, or what exists now. It's just a discrepancy that has to be cleared up. Everything that is below the partial that I provided, so I provided that partial survey alongside the primary survey to show you the partial is what was originally approved, with everything in the cross hatching being the work that was there, and then everything in that deeper hatching what's there now. And you can just see that there was nothing leading from the house to the driveway originally. All access was through the driveway. Small change, but a change nonetheless, and as this was approved via wetlands, we should clear it up before we issue a CO on the property. You do have an opportunity to weigh in.
Have you gone before ZBA yet?
No, that's the end of the month.
Okay.
How many square feet are in question?
We're talking less than 100 square feet. I haven't measured, but eyeballing it, we're talking a couple of steps and a small winding ramp that is an area that is permeable. It's not a major change.
Impervious sidewalk, the whole thing.
Impervious or pervious?
Pervious.
Pervious.
It's been there for 2 years, I've had no runoff. I've been through many rainstorms.
And what's your maintenance schedule for that?
We clean it out, if, leaves, it doesn't fall, leaves get stuck in there, we clean it out. If they really get stuck, we run the shop back to the cracks and see what stuff on it.
This can be an age determination.
If you find
course,
it,
it's a
it's a modification because there was an application for this site 4 years ago. You can approve it tonight, or you can give it to me for agent
Faster if
determination.
they-
Yeah.
with the.
It's just one more thing for me to do tomorrow that I'll get stuck on the phone
No,
doing.
I mean, with the newspaper, it's faster because there's 15 days from the agent determination, whereas if you approve a modification tonight, he's good to go on Friday.
I drove by it, I didn't see anything, when I looked down at it, I didn't see any, certainly any erosion issues.
By consensus, do we want to approve?
Yeah.
Okay, somebody make a motion.
All right, I'll make a motion that IWWC 2221 modification for 636 East Wakefield Boulevard, add to the existing plan approximately 100 square feet of sidewalk.
Second, Andrea, any discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, good night.
Yep, good night.
Next application is 22-22 James McGuire. West Wakefield Boulevard. Is there an address associated with this?
No, Mr. Chair, this is the violation that was originally sent last summer on Miss Nancy Knoll, but we have finally settled who owns exactly what pieces of property over there, and we have received an application. Ms. Knoll is with us here tonight there's an application for her brother, Mr. James McGuire, as well as for her to permit the docks that are there.
You are?
I'm Nancy Knoll.
Okay, thank you. You want to tell us why you're before us, please?
Why what? I'm sorry.
Just why you're here? What
Okay,
do you want from us?
Jimmy McGuire's my brother. He's requesting a permit for a dock that he has on his side. He's disabled, so he couldn't come. And I'm requesting a dock that I have on my lot that's been there since I was a child. Well, some type of float was always there, but I never realized there wasn't a permit for that one. And there's not a permit for the one my brother has either.
So we're entertaining both at one time or separately?
I would entertain them separately because they're separate owners.
Correct.
But Mr. McGuire is not here.
So you're talking only for your brother now?
Yes.
Just for this application? Okay.
So her brother's property was the one that I originally cited for a new dock, having gone into the water last summer, I believe in July. Several things were added. There was a boat lift, 2 different floating docks that were added. And what is being requested today is a walkway and a dock with the smaller dock, which is shown on the angle, to be removed.
Removed, I had it taken out.
That's already removed as of today?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So this is the southern property. If you're looking at the map prepared for Mike and Nancy Knoll by Keith Land Surveying, you'll note that the southern property, noted to be owned by McGuire, has 2 docks. One is marked to be removed, and the other one is the one to be permitted. I didn't have time to get out in the field, but I did have some old pictures.
So this dock has been there forever? It's just not-
This is not the dock that's been there forever. That's the next application.
Oh,
This
okay,
is a
okay.
new dock. This dock was never permitted and it was put in last summer.
Okay.
Subject to a violation. This is remedying the violation.
Okay.
Okay.
It's 20
Which one is being?
Southern,
This one
NF
is being
McGuire.
removed.
The one underneath where it says to be removed, Jackie. So the dock is not compliant, right? Because the float is 12 by 12.
No, that's a dock. So this all counts as a dock. We have a 3.5 foot by 12 foot walkway, which complies with our walkway, and then we have a 12 by 12 dock, which
Should
docks.
be 10 by 10, right?
10 by 12. Well, 10 by
10 by
whatever.
10.
10's the widest
10 by
any
10.
point can be, right?
10 by 10. Bless you.
Total from widest any point is 10 feet.
It's 10 by 10.
Okay, take your word for it.
So the dock that your brother's proposing, one of them is going to be removed,
Already has been.
has been removed.
Which was the small
Right.
one.
And now the larger one, the problem that we're having is that the dimensions that your brother is asking for are not consistent with our ordinance in that we can only allow for a 10-foot wide dock. And apparently he's asking for a 12-foot square.
Okay,
So it's got to be sized down to 10 foot to comply with our regulations.
What's
Of
that?
ordinance.
What's the dock made of? Is it an aluminum dock or is it wood dock or?
It's a dock.
No, no.
Is it like a prefab system, or was it a custom dock?
It was something he got free from somebody and he
Oh,
brought over.
okay.
Is it wooden?
So,
It floated down.
it's not really a great dock, but.
Okay, but again, it's got to be
Okay,
size-wise.
So I'll have him, somebody make it smaller.
Yes.
And
Okay,
So,
and,
is it a floating dock or is it on concrete piers or
It's
on
not a
legs?
concrete pier, it's just attached to a little bit of land there, it's really just resting, the runway.
It's a floating dock.
there are probably barrels underneath of
Do you
it.
have floats under it?
I believe it's a floating dock, yes. I believe it's got the,
The ramp is hooked to the wall?
Okay, we're just simply accepting this application tonight anyway.
That's
So,
correct.
just so long as you're aware, our concern will be twofold, and we didn't, I don't think the second is gonna be a concern. The width of the dock and the dimension can't be larger than 10 feet.
Okay,
It goes out 12 and 12, it goes out 24 feet, so that's okay.
that's okay.
And then the littoral boundary,
over 24 feet.
it
is
looks
the
like there's
closest.
no issue with the littoral boundary at all. So the only thing your brother has to do is submit or remedy this application to say that it's 3 feet by 12-foot walkway and a 10-foot by 10-foot square at the end of that walkway. Okay? Other than that, I think everything else is in
Does it say
compliance.
3.5? It
Three and a
says
half. And
3.5.
everything
that needs to go down
online.
to 3.
If
No.
you wanna
No,
look at
can't
the
go
ordinance.
4 is, oh, okay.
4 is the wood.
The ordinance is online if you wanna look at it.
I can
and
give
if
you
he
a
needs
copy.
to look
The
at it.
mask, I just can't.
The ordinance is online,
Yeah.
and so if you and he wanna study it, so you understand the
Or-
limitations, it's all available to you online.
Or you can ask, come into the office and talk to Pam or Michael,
Okay,
and they could be more helpful than possibly going online,
okay,
all right?
all right.
All right, so we're gonna make a motion to accept this application number 22-22, and the proposal is for a 12.5-foot by 3.5-foot dock with a 12 by 12-foot float, and that's gotta be changed.
Okay,
So the language will be a 12-foot by 3.5-foot dock with a 10 by 10 float.
Well, it can be,
10 by
it can be
12.
10 by 12. It just can't be wider than 10.
Okay, so.
It could
can't
be 12, yeah, it
Thank
could be
you.
12 by 10. It could be a rectangle.
10 by 12.
Yeah, it just can't be more than 10 feet
Feet
parallel to the
to the
shore. The
land.
widest a single dock can be.
But it could be
is-
12 foot out.
That
Yes.
makes sense.
Yeah,
We'll help you in the office. Just come in and we'll, yeah.
Okay.
We'll get to that for you.
Finding it is not significant.
and we're finding that it's not a significant activity,
Made that.
and so there'll be no public hearing needed, so is there a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion. to accept.
Thanks.
Do you wanna just read the language, just the dimensions?
Yeah,
only
I'd make
because-
a motion to accept IWW, C 20-22.
22.
22.
James McGuire at, West Wakefield Boulevard, map 113, block 121, lot 2023024. The proposal is for a 12-foot by 3.5-foot dock with a 10 by 12-foot float.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Okay,
Wait,
now
stay
we'll
for
let, now,
yours. Stay for yours.
no, yeah.
You're
Yours.
up next. so.
You're
You
on-
stay
oh,
for,
fine.
yeah, now yours, yeah. They just gotta take a quick
No,
look
right,
at that.
you just accept. All right, now we're up to your dock.
Okay,
Okay. And the application is 20-23. The applicant is Michael and Nancy Knoll. The address is West Wakefield Boulevard, and you're asking for a 22-foot by 4-foot dock with a 12 by 12 swim float. Okay? You want to talk to us about it, please? Yeah.
So the deck that you see on the site plan has been approved, that was permitted, so disregard that, it sounds like it's gonna be the same exact thing. They meet the littoral boundaries, she'll have to, reduce the width of the dock, again, to a maximum of 10 feet. So what you're looking at, hopefully accepting, is 22 by 4 foot dock with 12 by 10 float, or 10 by 12 float.
And you're saying the deck that's on land there is approved?
It is.
It's got a permit?
Yeah.
So the deck's on the property, though, that's on dirt.
Yeah, the deck is there, it was there, the only reason that she's before you, this originally thought the parcel was one piece, and there was a violation for her brothers. We now have come to learn that they're two different pieces, but yet there was no registration for her dock. So as you're straightening out her brother's piece, straighten this out, and then she's good.
She's coming into compliance now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so this is a new application, we're gonna simply accept it.
Yep.
And, I don't think there's any public interest for a hearing, no? All right, I'd like to make a motion to accept application 22-23, Michael and Nancy Canoe on West Wakefield Boulevard, and the proposal is for a 22-foot by 4-foot dock with a 10 by 12 swim float, okay?
The application has to be changed.
What, go ahead, Jackie.
And we'll help.
It says 12 by 12 on the application.
I changed it.
You're gonna
I
change it.
crossed it
Yeah,
out, changed it.
revised
And
it.
I thought a swim float had to be 10 by 10.
That's what I thought too.
If it's detached, it's 10 by 10, but I think if it's attached,
A floating dock is different from a swim float. A swim float would be like someone puts a trampoline in the water and it's
So this
floating
is- so
freely.
this is really-
a floating dock.
this is really not a swim float, it's a floating dock.
Right, and docks can be that they have 320 square feet of surface area, can be up to 40 feet out in the water. It's just that it can't be broader than 10 feet. So you can't put all of that into, I would like a 5-foot by, 20-foot dock, just to cover your waterfront, essentially make a deck. We want to discourage decks at the water, which is why it's written that way.
For your understanding, okay, the term swim float is inconsistent with what we're allowed to do. You're asking for a floating dock, not a freestanding swim float. A swim float would be something that, it's being held to the lake bed by a pail with cement in it. You're attaching it to an existing dock. So it's really a floating dock portion of what you're asking for, not a swim float.
We'll clear up that discrepancy
Okay.
in the office.
But that's what you're asking for. Is there a second?
A second.
Jackie, all those in favor of accepting? All right, it's unanimous. And again, you can meet with Michael or Pam and just.
Thank you.
Good
Have a nice
night.
night, Nancy.
Okay, Jackie, 2 more deep breaths and we're done.
3 more, there's 1 more at the end.
Oh,
That's what we voted on
all
for the
right.
agenda.
Mr. Becker?
Before Mr. Becker starts, I do want to make a correction, because when I was speaking about the as-of-right activities, my wetlands regulations, I went and grabbed my wetlands regulations, I didn't have my pages here. It is important to note that what is considered an as-of-right activity includes, quote, boat anchorage or mooring, not to include dredging or dock construction. So it is explicitly, you can have an anchorage or a mooring as of right. You may not dredge or build a dock as of right. So that was because there's a very important part to draw the distinction between a wetlands application and a dock and mooring application that is exclusively dock and mooring. I just wanted to clear that up because I misspoke before and I needed to make sure that's on the public record. Anchorages and moorings do not require any of what was stated by Kevin Nelligan to be needed for wetlands applications, which includes the owner of the property's signature, but a dock would. So with that stated, that is the only addendum I need to make.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Becker?
I just want to add a couple. Just a couple of pictures. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Thank you.
So you can
Okay,
see-
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh, nice big pictures of the. Thank you. Okay. I'll give you a couple. My name's Keith Becker, 522 Springfield Boulevard.
523?
Yeah.
You said 22, I thought. Anyway, go ahead.
No, it's
Mr. Gonzalez, on 523.
Okay, thank you. And your address is listed at 524 on the application.
Well, the location of the proposed dock is 524, but Mr. Becker lives at 523.
Okay, got it. Thank
Now,
you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What I'm attempting to do here is put a dock in, and actually, I believe Jackie had mentioned something earlier about it's crowded, you know, it's a crowded spot. I have some pictures here to show that, but in general, my goal is to take if you look at the pictures, the big picture, this one, you'll see my boat on the left, out in the water, it's about 65 to 75 feet out. Mike went and observed that. And then this is Mr. Ward's buoy, okay? And what I'm attempting to do here is put a dock between those two, the buoy and my boat. If you turn the page, you'll see the end result of what that'll look like. Okay, what that does now is a couple things. It'll take my boat, which is approximately 65 to 75 feet out, and bring it in, number one. So that the chances on the left side, if you notice, they put a new boat in, it's probably about a $90,000 boat. My boat is a little further out, and obviously, the further out it is, you know, a little harder to get in and out. So what this would do is bring my boat in approximately 25 to 30 feet, and that will be tied to the left side of that dock.
Excuse me, before we keep moving ahead with this, is this just what we talked about with the lawyer, that a application is for something that's attached to the front of this property as a non-homeowner is not allowed under the law, that this isn't, where, I guess the question is,
I think the question is whether or not it would be attached to the lake wall, and he's saying it wouldn't.
I agree with you 100%, that's what Mr. Nelligan said.
Okay.
This would not be
So
attached to the
you're
sea.
saying if you move it out a foot, it's not attached, and you could step from the land
Yes.
over
How
the...
far would you move it out? 'Cause you wanna be on the record.
Whatever you guys say would be fine, there's actually
You
products.
propose and,
I would say 8, 12 inches, that's it, but not even, probably, if I could do 6 inches, I would do that.
But guys, Michael just clarified what's an as-of-right use, and docks are not.
This is just what I clarified, and is why it is so critical for me to make this correction. Dock construction is not exempt as of right from a wetlands application requirement. It is explicitly not. The question is whether or not Mr. Gonzalez has given his signature for giving this dock off of his property.
Right, because it
If-
requires a
It now falls under wetlands because it's not exempt. A mooring, exempt, 100%.
Right.
Mooring is 100% exempt, and everything that Kevin Elligan said today about moorings being exempt
Right.
because of your right to access the water, and because it is explicitly allowed under wetlands, is true. But docks under wetlands do require your wetlands approval, which means it does require the signature of the property owner. And that is why it is, again, so critical that I made this correction now.
And I think it was timely, and I'm looking at the signatures on the inland wetlands application, and it appears to me that Mr. Becker's signature is as the applicant and as the owner. So I think, since he is not the owner, for us to entertain this as an application is moot, because he doesn't own the property that he's proposing to put a dock adjacent to or touching.
What you may do at this time, if you find the application incomplete, because it lacks the signature of the owner, is to find it incomplete. Now, the owner of the property is present and can speak to their willingness to make such an application and add their signature to this either after or now, per the commission's request, as he is present. Because it could be considered an oversight. The owner of the property is here. It is valid for the commission to say.
Before we go to the owner, have you approached the owner and asked for his signature?
This is what I've done.
It's a yes or a no?
I approached the owner, actually, 6 weeks ago to actually, instead of this, to team up and actually do what we believe is the right thing for the commission and for us, was to do a 3-way dock between Mr. Ward. I'm just wanting, so we all understand where we do stand, it's very important. Mr. Mr. Gonzalez, myself, and Mr. Ward have spoken about putting a dock in 3 ways to take care of the Unity Beach problem. We have 2 buoys, he wants a dock, we take the left side, he takes the right. It was actually brought up by multiple people here earlier in this, the fiasco we've been having a tough time with. So we did approach each other. We've had conversations the last 3 weeks about it. Mr. Gonzalez has maybe one thing caveat that he's a little uncomfortable with, which I did speak to Michael today about. We would like to do 3 if we can. Of course, it's up to Michael also. But that if I can't do that, that's fine. If that's the rules and regulations. Nelligan didn't say that, but I guess you've done some more homework. It's fine. I'm not arguing it. What I would like to do, if possible, is open that discussion up right now. If Mr. Gonzalez, myself, and Mr. Ward can come up with something like that, so we can solve this problem. If everybody's willing, which it seems like we are.
But you're asking us to entertain an application that you don't have a right to file because the owner's signature is not on it.
Correct. I'm not asking, Phil. I'm just stating that we do potentially have a resolution to finalize this Unity Beach issue.
But again, right now,
Not right now, not with this
Then-
application. Oh, I agree, it's not gonna happen with this application.
so then this application, the way I'm looking at it,
The commission can find an application incomplete and upon doing so, does not have to even accept it. Such an application does not even have to be considered withdrawn. It has been, you've looked at it,
accepting it.
seen it, said, we need something else, please come back when it is complete, and there is no prejudice, there is nothing saying you do not have the right to apply should you receive everything correct, you have not denied, you just said, there is an issue with standing, so it is incomplete. If the applicant and the other individuals who have an interest in this land are able to put together one unified application, as this applicant seems to be saying he wants, then they can come back and do that as a complete application at another meeting.
Do you mind 2 things, if I may say?
just hang on one second.
It's important to bring legal documentation, with a legal application.
I think
I don't know if they can continue it.
It cannot be continued. This matter wouldn't be
So it's
continued.
either denied tonight without prejudice, or it's withdrawn.
No, it's found incomplete. You don't have to deny it.
So it's just-
You
it's
cannot
found
accept something only if it is incomplete. And this is found incomplete,
Well,
therefore it does not even have to be.
No, it's really not incomplete. It's completed incorrectly. There's a signature as of the owner, but it's not the owner's signature.
Right, which makes it incomplete.
Illegal, practically.
So,
So the choice now becomes, do you want to withdraw the application?
Can I make?
I'm gonna
Can I
put it
ask
on
you a
your
quick
shoes.
question?
Go ahead, answer it.
The last time,
You withdrew.
the reason why I put this application in, just so you know, is because of I listened to the last meeting, which I was not here, and you specifically said, the 2 other people who live right there have the right to put in this application, because you spoke to Mr. Nelligan prior to that. That's why I did it. Otherwise, I would have never put in the application.
This one?
This one.
Oh,
This one, because in the last conversation that you stated, while speaking to Mr. Gonzalez, about his application, you did say to him, Mr. Gonzalez, you do realize that the 2 other homes right there that have lake access, Mr. Nelligan said you have the right to apply for a dock. So that's what I did.
I would like to review the minutes to see what we said, or I said.
as
because
we
you-
have seen, this is very specific legal language that this commission generally does not have to get into the extreme minutia of, but is rearing its head here. It is acceptable to note that even if something was stated, it could have been said incorrectly because of information that was not had, or simply because of the extreme minutia of the discussion. There is no wrong in doing that. There is no liability with saying, we didn't have the information, the attorney
No, it's not
arrived,
that.
we reviewed
I'm not
everything.
questioning that part, but I'm just saying that's why I did follow that.
The question now is before you. Do you want to withdraw this application?
Well, I think what you're saying is that the only way this application, one other question from Mike, with regard to that legal thing you just came up with, how, like Mr. Nelligan made the statement earlier, what happened from then to now?
Nothing happened from then till now. Mr. Nelligan spoke explicitly to the right of an individual with access to Watercourse to make an application on a property. One does have that right. in the circumstances, so you have the right to apply at this property. The thing is, when do you not need the signature of the property owner? The reason why there are occasions where you would ever not need that for putting something in a watercourse is because there is an explicit carve-out in the allowances of the inland wetlands regulation. This is 4.1c, which the Connecticut General Statutes 22-45A, boat anchorage or mooring not to include dredging or dock construction. An exclusive boat anchorage or mooring does not require a signature of the property owner because it's an as-of-right activity, so it doesn't require a wetlands application, so it slips through that and goes straight to the dock and mooring ordinance. And so you can have a mooring without the signature. So you do have the right to apply for something, but you also need the signature for anything beyond an anchorage or mooring. And that is what has been explained today, and it's very complicated.
It is very complicated. You're very good at this, but the thing is, he did say earlier, and he's asking in general, if it wasn't attached to the land, it doesn't fall under that.
This was potentially as a result of my stating, me misspeaking about dock construction as opposed to moorings. And I will clarify that with Attorney Nelligan tomorrow morning. I will shoot him off an email to clarify that, and I will copy everyone on that, because I will clarify that with Attorney Nelligan tomorrow morning, because that is clearly important.
Because he specifically stated that, and I just want to make sure that, you know, what you're saying is okay, and it's true with,
If it's not,
with Nelligan.
if it's not attached to the land, then it's a swim float.
We will get into that definition.
There you go.
We will get into that definition
Tie a boat to a swim float.
tomorrow. I will work on that tomorrow.
Okay.
I think what I'm sensing is you're attempting to circumvent the language of attached to land. I think,
I'm honestly not, I'm just taking what Mr. Nelligan said, that's all I'm trying to do. He did say, you're allowed, as long as you're not, you know, attached to the land, and I understand that.
I think that might have been because of what I said, and Kevin and I have been going back and forth on a lot of this over and over
It's
again.
just a flight of
all right,
fancy.
where are we with this application?
You can reject it, he can withdraw it. I think Pam is currently actively doing a search of can an application that has been brought to a meeting be considered incomplete and then just kicked off the agenda. Until she has something back, I think the... I think the wisest thing...
And I don't think so. I
The
think
wisest thing is for Mr. Becker
to withdraw and resubmit.
Without waiting for Mr. Nelligan to confirm that, or no?
We can't
You
accept or
can
continue this.
You can bring it back.
it's incomplete, so
So-
you're not
Or
accepting
you
it.
can just bring it back?
You can reapply, so we're recommending, I mean, I don't know if we should recommend it,
I
but
think
it
it- I
seems
think
like
it-
the safest bet for you to bring it back is if you withdraw it now.
Withdraw and then bring it back when you have everything worked out.
If this commission is under the opinion what attached is and what attached isn't, and we deny you, then, you know, you lose.
The commission is
We're
under...
saying, we're,
No, I don't wanna, I'm not here for that, I agree with you.
no, we just want to get it right once.
Yeah, and I agree with
And
that.
so far, we haven't gotten it right in the last 7 months.
No, I know.
So we're trying.
And honestly, I'm trying to make it right,
And
that's why we're trying
again,
to
you
discuss.
know, maybe the answer lies with what you said before,
It is that stand.
that if you people sit down and figure it out and come
100%.
before us
100%,
with something we can, that's approvable
exactly,
based on our statute,
correct,
then you're gonna be more successful than less successful.
absolutely.
And has
100%
the
agree with that.
signatures, the proper signature
Well,
of
it would be
the
fine
owner.
then, right, Michael would sign it, and we'd all have our,
Right,
you know,
If something can be worked
If it
out,
can be worked
yes.
If it can.
I would
So right now,
recommend
we're at
that,
the F.
I would recommend you withdraw from the standpoint of, if you withdraw, and then you can, you have every right to request a refund if you really want to, and then just put that money back into the next application when everything is worked out. It's better to withdraw, because technically, if an application is rejected, it does not have to be heard again for 6 months. We don't want to necessarily do that to you if you're gonna get something worked out in 2. So I recommend that you withdraw your application.
So if I withdraw that, which is obviously seems to be the right thing to do, and then would you at least then, if you clarify that with the statement you're making, we'll call it not correct, and it's the other way.
It'll
what do
go
I do?
back on the agenda next month if I'm 100% wrong and Attorney Elligan writes something down that says you are absolutely right and everything he said was correct before, we just put it right back on the agenda, no harm done.
If that makes sense.
And I will clarify that tomorrow morning. I'm gonna get on the phone, call him, and then we'll get it in writing, and it'll,
And again, you just have to be careful where you're signing it as the owner.
with
Of the
regards to this
property.
piece of land.
Well, the application, I don't wanna take everybody else's comment, the application wasn't specific enough for me to say the owner of the property, the owner of my house.
Whether you're putting it in front of a property that you don't own.
You need a distinct
So
document
you're not the owner.
identification.
And you put that in before Mr. Melvin spoke, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this was here before.
Yeah, no, I did.
All right, so you want you want this back? You wanna recollect it, you want us to keep it?
Oh, if I withdraw, I just get it back, that's fine. Yeah,
Michael,
that's fine.
Michael, should we return everything?
Yes, leave it on your desks, we'll collect it, and we'll give it back at the end. We can give it to him tomorrow.
Okay.
Just don't keep it, just put it on your desks, put it in a big pile.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's fine. No, hold on to this, because this was in your packet. These things that we received,
All
are
right.
not in the public record. Hold on to that. We give these back.
Hold on to what?
Give Michael the photos back.
Bring me the photos, just leave them on your desk, I'll collect them at the end.
Oh, sorry.
Not that. Hold on to the paperwork I gave you at the start.
Jim, you missed this?
Steve, we don't make a motion to withdraw, like,
What, keep this.
There's no motion required if the applicant withdraws.
Okay.
No motion is required if the applicant withdraws. It will be noted in the minutes that the applicant just withdrew their application.
So this,
Just these things, just these pictures if you have them. Not
You
those?
don't want the whole package?
I mean, it was,
Keep
No.
this for the file, let me know.
sure.
when we get rid of this,
Just keep it for now. Just keep it. I don't think he's gonna. We'll work it out.
Better care, right.
All right, next application, 22-25, again, the town of Winchester, and the Little Red Brewery at 32 Lake Street.
Yes.
For the record, please introduce yourselves.
Niels Johnson, owner of the Red Bar Brewery. Josh Kelly, town manager.
Okay, and just tell us your proposal, Mr. Neal.
Well, what I'm proposing is to the existing structure, adding a outdoor patio that wasn't on any of the prior approvals. It'll be used for egress and handicap access to the event space that we're working on, getting approved to planning and zoning.
And I'm here today representing the town, along with Director of Public Works, Jim Rollins, regarding an additional moving of earth that needs to occur behind the Little Red Barn building. The town, just to make sure that everybody understands, is the current owner of the land surrounding the Little Red Barn building at 32 Lake Street. We have stewards of that land, and as such, it's our responsibility to make sure that that site is safe, ready, and so forth. And that dirt, we've determined is contaminated. I believe there's some information in your packets about the contamination that's found there, mostly heavy metals. Jim might be able to say a little bit more about what's found there.
Yeah, there's past industrial use of that property, left contaminated soils that have hydrocarbons and heavy metals. I think it was lead and arsenic for the metals, and the hydrocarbons were something I haven't really heard of, but some kind of a petroleum-based residue was left in the soil. So that was excavated from the site during, some part of the construction and piled there. And
By
they just-
who, so, we had a contractor essentially that owns this building, correct?
The
But
building
we own the
itself
land.
leases, but we own the land.
Right.
He
That
leases-
contractor pulled out,
He leases the land.
He owns the building, leases the
Owns
land.
the building, leases the land.
Okay.
so this material came out of somewhere of the inside of this building? No.
Outside. No, outside the building.
Where?
It is outside the building.
No,
It
yeah.
remains outside the building.
But where did it come from?
It came from the front parking lot between the building and Lake Street.
The front parking lot
That
between,
was paved, was that paved?
Which is now paved and capped.
Which, Nels, you just wanna correct your proposal, you're also at this time permitting that front patio, are you not?
That
That
patio,
wasn't,
that's for planning and zoning, I
That's
thought,
planning and zoning.
because the patio is on the plan. Patio is on the plan for wetlands, but it's a planning and zoning thing.
No, the only
There's a lot of
other thing-
conditions.
I
Sorry,
just
there are a
don't-
few things to continue to note, before we jump into too many questions. The other thing I would note, for Nils as part of the application, just to make sure it's on the record, is we do expect one trench to need to be run to the building at 32 Lake Street within the upland review area, so I wanted to make sure that that was noted. We believe it was noted on the previous application. It's the developer's understanding that it was noted on the previous application. I wanna make sure that that's clearly known so that they're soil on hand. So the town owns this plot, it's contaminated soil. We need to remove it so that way there's room for development back there, and so that the soil that remains underneath that pile is able to be paved over as was part of the original plan, so that the remainder of the contamination is capped as per the ELR that was applied to this parcel. So we're trying to make sure that we have the opportunity to make this site all the more safe. Jim has been in contact with an LEP, a licensed environmental professional, who's going to be overseeing the removal of this soil. Because the soil currently resides within the upland review area, it needs your approval to get done. Personally, this, what I would share is that this soil, there's no special containment right now for this soil. I think that it's more detrimental to allow it to sit than it would be to haul it away, and that's exactly what we're proposing to do.
To haul it away.
Haul it away.
Off-site removal and dealing with that will be handled by the LEP. From everything that we have heard from the LEP, there are not other state of Connecticut approvals that are required. That is everything that has been conveyed to us. It's important to note that this site is under an ELR, an environmental land use restriction. This was a restriction the town put itself under in an order when it took custodianship of this land to ensure that it is managed properly. The ELR calls for this site to be capped with asphalt. Difficulty is, as a result of there being soil here, and that soil has not been removed as of yet, we can't cap it until that soil's gone. We literally can't pave it until this is out of the way. So we got to remove it, follow proper remediation methods to get it out of there, and then pave all of the broken asphalt and any loose earth that may be underneath it to ensure that there is no contamination that is getting out. Right now, as you can see in that picture that I gave alongside this application, the soil has been covered by a tarp. It has been covered by tarps in the past, and it's recovered by a tarp recently in order to ensure that it isn't getting water into it, which is running off, but that's a temporary measure. The ultimate removal of this soil is going to involve hay bales around it while the loading of trucks to bring it away is conducted. What was communicated to me by Director of Public Works Rollins is that the only major concern with moving this dirt is going to occur on a very dry day when it has a tendency to particulate. In that case, all that would be needed is respiratory masks for those who are using it to ensure that they don't breathe in anything that may be contaminated. But as it stands right now, it's covered. It's only during the process of its agitation that we're going to see any of that risk. So with regards to the environmental action, I believe Jim said this is a one-day job?
Yeah, I would say 1 or 2 days, depending on, how many trucks we decide to haul away with. There's about 100 cubic yards of material.
Do we know what's underneath that pile?
I do not. I think it's asphalt.
Much of it is pretty deteriorated asphalt, but yeah, it's sitting on top of it.
So, in effect, it's partially capped already. It'll be destroyed when excavators lift.
Well,
To a certain extent, they're gonna be scraping the surface.
yeah, the trick's not to dig below the asphalt and just clean up
Yeah,
the.
they're gonna be scraping the surface.
And then recap it all with new asphalt to ensure that any breaks are dealt with.
When will the recapping take place?
As soon as we can haul the dirt away, and as soon as Nils here gets all his approvals.
So
which
the
is exactly what we're here for.
recapping phase of that's already been
Yes.
approved?
That was approved a while back.
That's right.
The initial project called out for the whole site to be capped and the whole site to be repaved. It's just that up to this point, it has not been. This is noting that in this second phase of the project, what the development team is calling phase 2, which will see the development of that corner of that building, all of the rest of the site that has any sort of broken asphalt will be paved to ensure that that is done. Brings us into closer compliance with our ELR, which is good.
One of the concerns I have with this is one, it was, I guess, one of my first questions, because I've been to this site, is how we ended up with this pile here. And certainly just being covered with plastic, I would have liked to have seen hay bales on it initially, especially if it was known it was contaminated. It's a little concerning, right, that we've got.
It wasn't known that it was
Right.
contaminated, and I don't even quite know how that knowledge.
Do we know how it got there?
that
though?
We conducted a test on that back in March, was it?
Yeah, but there was a reason we tested it.
So back
It
in,
was just a
I
question,
guess-
we needed to haul it away.
Okay.
So the question just was, before we haul it away, do we?
My
need
other
to-
question, getting back to it, is where did this pile come from again?
When they excavated for the paving in between the building and Lake Street.
Okay, yeah.
When they excavated to make
That was the
grades.
contractor did that.
It would, yeah,
Right,
the
okay.
contractor did it, and I'll take the hit when the contractor, the paving contractor called me. He says,
Right.
hey, you know, we're digging this up, what do we do with it? I said,
Oh,
well, it
put
better
it
not
on
leave the
that.
site unless you know what's in it.
Right, okay, so at
Right.
least you contained it on the site.
Well, now
But
is that a good
previous,
thing, you know?
previously this site had been, some remediation work had been done on it, or
Well,
was it always
that's-
kind of a cap?
That's why I thought we were clean, because it
Right.
had been, but apparently.
Okay, I
when
see it.
Under asphalt, it's considered stable, I guess, is that?
Right, I gotcha. The other concern I have, which it may be a moot point because we're already approved for drainage in this area, right? So now we're gonna, and you, Jim, you probably know this back area pretty well because you're very understanding of pitches and where things drain to. Near where those, there are two dumpsters back there, right, in a little corner down over this way here, which is where everything kind of pitches into, and that just goes into what appears to be an old storm basin, not a storm basin, like a catch basin, and then right into the river. That, so when I came here and looked and said, oh wow, you got contaminated soil, I looked around, well, where does it leach? Where does this part of this parking lot drain to? I do a little more investigation, I look around, I see, oh, it sort of drains all to this one area, and that area is just like going right into the river. So that's sort of where I'm going with it, it's sort of a concern, and I know it's already been approved to be capped, and then that will probably go into that existing drain, and we just have a kind of an open drain to the river, which is sort of concerning to me.
The original approvals granted in 2018 noted that making major drainage improvements to this site is
Right.
inadvisable. The fact that we have any sort of contaminated material on the site and that it has remained there is a
Right.
problem in of itself. We're trying to get it taken away. To open up the site more than it currently is,
Right.
and to try to add drainage improvements raises the risk of this becoming worse than it is.
Right.
It was noted at the time of the initial
Yeah, I remember
application
it
by the
a little
developer
bit. It
that
was-
the water primarily sheet flows towards the Mad River
Right.
from a slightly higher elevation by Meadow Street down towards the river, and that there is stone riprap
Yeah.
along that edge of the parking
It
lot.
does there, it does
slows
sheet
that.
drain well for the bulk of that parking lot. It's this corner that, to me, is kind of it's just a concern. And I get the logic of it, of not trying to, not mess with it because it may cause other concerns. It's just something I wanted to note and bring up, that there might be a possibility of some rebuilding of what's there that might be a little improvement in that corner drain area. I'm just one person bringing this up.
No, it's a good
right?
point.
I see water free flowing directly off through an old, like right into, from a parking lot, potentially right into a river. It kind of raises a red flag to me.
Jim, when the area that has to be repaved is repaved, can the pitch change, or can you change the pitch or the flow of the water?
Probably.
To push it to the front with sheet drains, which you have kind of a riparian
Probably.
zone, if that's.
I don't know if that's a floodplain and we can't add fill to a floodplain. I don't know the details to it. I can certainly look
Okay.
at it and see what our options are. I can't.
And you can get back to us next month on this?
I'll get back to you whenever I learn, yeah.
I know it's not a floodplain.
It's not.
I did, when I researched my insurance, it was definitely outside the floodplain.
Because of the steepness of the slopes immediately adjacent to the river, there's a big drop, and it's
Yeah,
very steep
I know the
slopes.
property, yeah.
My thought is that if you could get this back area that you're paving to pitch towards where the picnic tables are essentially, that is a good sheet drainage overflow area that gets some filtration before it goes into the river.
It'll be pushed to Lake
I
Street.
would sort of, I'd hate to see just everything pitched right into an old drain there that just goes right, you might as well just get rid of drain, just pitch it into the river. If you look at it,
I
or.
can tell you my concerns with that now, you start taking all the runoff from that big area
Yeah,
and
no.
putting it into a stable vegetated area, you run the risk of eroding
Right.
something that is good. Whereas
So
you're
my-
running water where it's already gone. Again, I'll look at
Yeah,
it.
if you could look at it, go by the dumpsters, you'll see what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I know what you're talking about.
You gotta
I just
kinda
need to put
do
my
some
slide into it.
digging in there, but that's, you know, those are kind of.
The point you raised about cutting a trench or something? you said?
Electrical access, this is
Okay.
for, it's noted, if I may, it's noted in this site that it is potentially not possible to supply all power for all parts of the building upon project completion from access off of Meadow Street, Lake Street. There is another point from which power could be drawn on the, what we're gonna call the north side of the property. If the property is roughly shaped like a wonky pistol, we're looking near the barrel. And so there's another access point over there. Hypothetically, you could draw a narrow trench, 2 to 3 feet wide, and just run electricity in for the furthest point of the building where the roof is worse. Those of you who've driven past will know the area. But that's far off. It was believed that that trench was noted in the first part of the application, but we just wanted to bring it up again, since it's better for it to be clear on the public record twice than have it be unclear once.
Jeff, you have a concern? No. All right, we're simply gonna accept
Yeah, I want
this
to take
tonight,
a closer look at that.
and, public hearing?
You could.
Well, I think we really need to get rid of that contaminated soil as soon as possible.
Well, we can't, right,
From my perspective, you know, I understand your concerns, Russell, about the soil. From my perspective, if I were in your shoes, I think I would be looking to grant this approval as soon as possible so that there's no continued runoff into that drain. And that we can move forward with paving sooner rather than later, so at least the runoff that's going that way is clean rainwater flowing over.
how long has it existed this way?
A long time, but that's no excuse to continue it in that condition once we know what's better, all right?
I understand.
This application isn't to remove, that's not what this application is for.
So this application, we managed to get everything together relatively late. So what happened was all of the actual construction work, the construction of the egress pad, stairs, and the ramp, that application came in earlier in the week, but simultaneously the town was working on an application to remove the soil. It was, because we just wanted to put this before the commission once, as opposed to saying here is something and then a month later here is another thing, we assembled this as one and received permission from Brian Lyman, who is the individual who owns the building through his company Winstead Edgeworks, I believe, Parker Benjamin, to add the earth removal to this application. They could be bifurcated, but that was, the intent was to just get it before you once, have you look at it as a package, and then move it from wetlands to zoning as a package as well.
Well, we would only accept it tonight anyway,
Correct.
Well, it's a modification.
right?
It is a modification. You could approve it tonight if you so chose, but it is well within your right to ask for more information
But,
or to send it to public hearing if you believe it to be the public interest to weigh in on this.
Well, can we have the soil removed and then continued for the rest of it, like the stairs, the patio, and the ramp?
It is possible to bifurcate an application, yes, although Russ did note that he wanted more, he did indicate that he wanted answers from Public Works Director Rollins about whether or not the paving would be able to redirect water in a way that would enhance sheet flow as opposed to potentially entering a old drain that might plunge directly into the river.
Chances are that won't be determined until everything is removed anyway.
Well, and it has to be removed. Before we're doing any paving, we have to remove that soil.
And before we can even attempt to remedy the drain.
Exactly.
I agree that the contaminated soil should be removed as soon
Okay.
as possible and not to delay it.
And then you test the soil, and then you do your ramp and everything else.
The reason why is in the process of moving this project to phase 2, which started in last autumn, there were multiple questions about whether or not the soil could be contained on site, at which point there were questions about whether or not it was contaminated. Once the tests were done and came back as contaminated, the town began to assemble its application to remove it.
We can give permission through via an agent determination or as a vote to.
Please do not make me agent determine this.
That we can give permission to have the soil removed sooner rather than later.
The commission has in the past granted
Separated.
approvals for
Yeah.
part of an application and then
Yeah.
not other parts.
Okay.
You
but
could
we
do
have
that.
to add that soil remover to the application, it's not on there. Mine's.
You can certainly do that.
Yeah, we can do that right now.
Yeah, I'd be fine
Get rid of
with
that
that.
soil.
Just
Yeah.
like that.
I'll
I'd like
make
to
a
try to
motion
make
to-
an attempt
Wait a
to
minute.
improve some drainage in the area.
Before we make a motion, we're gonna leave stand everything that's proposed here, and the only thing we're gonna entertain and approve tonight is the removal of the soil, the stockpile of soil, which is not on the application as of now, unless we're missing it.
No, it's in the supporting material and it's on the agenda.
I'm looking at this.
Yes.
yeah.
So,
I'm looking at this.
this is what we were talking about. This was the application submitted by the developer that was given to the town, and then the developer gave permission for the town to add its soil removal. So while it is on the agenda that the soil removal is part of this, it did not make it onto this, as this was assembled by the applicant. It can be, we could provide an additional revised cover sheet should the commission prefer
Okay.
that. Make sure at next meeting it is noted that it is both this and something else, for clarity's sake.
Okay, thank you for picking that up.
No, if you're approving it tonight, what are you doing next meeting?
Just to note that the full application included the erosion. I mean, it's already on the agenda as that,
I have it on my amended agenda.
and we got it on the amended.
So
agenda.
what is it that the commission would want? Because you wouldn't modify the application, the minutes are gonna modify the application orally, the agenda carried the modification, so it's justified. You know, it would be.
Right, no,
What
it's-
else would the commission need? You wouldn't, you know, do you want a narrative? You know, sometimes it's a supplemental document describing.
I think if the gentleman, the town would just provide a one paragraph or two paragraph narrative as to the proposal to remove the soil, why it should be done immediately, and we'll, depending upon that language, we can approve it. And if you and Mike and Pam would meet in terms of being specific that you address all our concerns with the hay bales and protection and things like that, and let the agent know ahead of time when it's gonna happen, so he might be on site, then we can move ahead with a vote pending what.
Conditional approval.
Yeah,
So, and it sounds like you're gonna continue the portion of the application, constructive egress patio.
with everything
yeah.
else.
And then, but accept and approve removal of contaminated soil contingent upon
The submission of a narrative from the town explaining
describing
in more
the-
detail why and how this will be done.
Correct.
Wait, but we have a letter from Jim in this packet
What do we have?
about.
It's a
Yeah, you
hefty
have
package.
supporting material.
We have supporting material
Just 'cause it's
already.
not on
does
the
that
front
suffice?
doesn't mean you don't have to.
Okay,
If that suffices, then you
Then we
just.
don't need
you-
Well, for
you-
the removal of the soil, yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
specific.
So then you just continue, you accept and approve the one portion of the application, because you have what you need, and you continue the remaining
Yeah.
part, if you're so inclined, and you wanna make a finding whether or not that remaining part is,
public interest.
Is it?
Public hearing
Yeah,
or not?
it's very specific. The soil removal is being overseen by licensed
Okay, I
environmental
missed that.
professional. Okay.
so,
All right. Do we want to make a motion as to what we're going to do tonight, and then complete the motion in terms of what's gonna be for the future?
So a motion could be to accept application 22-25 and to approve the specific part of the application for the removal of contaminated soil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have consensus on that?
I think so, yeah. Everybody wants to get it remedied.
Okay, I'll do it.
and,
ahead.
and there's no special conditions, I mean, we've got it, right, no special conditions on that, right?
Okay.
No,
And no, go ahead.
I don't think so. I mean, this,
The language
it's
is
very laid
clear.
out.
She's right
Yeah.
about that.
Clear.
Good.
So, okay, so I would like to make a motion to accept application IWWC 22-25. Let it be noted, it's a modification of application IWWC 18-11. Let it also be noted that the application itself, the cover page of the proposal leaves off the mention of the removal of contaminated soil. We have just discussed that contaminated soil at length. I'd like to propose that we approve the removal of the contaminated soil as soon as possible, according to the means described in the letter dated June 4th, 2022, from Director of Public Works Jim Rollins to the Wetlands Commission regarding 32 Lake Street, Winstead, which is included in our packet. We will continue the rest of the discussion for the proposed construction of egress patio, stairs, ADA ramp, and the rear parking area of Phase 2 to the next meeting, which is July 20th, 2022. And we'd like to
see a little bit more information about whether or not there can be any drainage improvements when we see you next.
Right, the only thing I'd like to add to the second part is, do we need a public hearing?
Was there a public hearing in 18?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't think so.
We're good?
I'll second it.
Okay, I'll second the motion. Any discussion on it? All those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Okay, so you can move ahead with the removal of the contamination, and then we'll see you next month.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. And the last item on the agenda for tonight is a new application by Shane and Emily Dorr, D-A-W-E. How do you pronounce it? Dorr, okay. At 348 West Wakefield Boulevard. And the proposal is a 10 by 30 foot dock, a 10 by 10 foot boat lift, a 6 by 6 foot jet ski lift, and an 8 foot wide trampoline, and 1 buoy. Go ahead.
Thank you for waiting. You picked quite a night to get this going.
It's good to meet everybody. So again, Shane Daw, Emily Daw, we recently moved to 348 and 345 West Wakefield Boulevard. So what brought us here today, just real quick, was we received a letter from Michael regarding a shed. So just, I'll first start with an apology. We were unaware that we needed to go through that. It's a little Rubbermaid shed. It'll be knocked down. Knocked down. You know anybody that needs a shed, let me know. Yeah. So that brought us here, which led us to making sure that what is in the water when we bought 348 is properly, unlike the shed, was properly approved. From what we gathered, the dock, which is 10 by 30, is approved, or was approved. The jet ski lift, I guess you want to call it, or the platform, was approved. And there was a trampoline that was given to, a water trampoline that was given to us, which I do not believe was approved. So we are asking for, obviously, keep the dock, which is approved, the jet ski, which was approved, but to relocate the jet ski to a location that's much more, I think, conducive, where it is from where it is right now. And then our last request is to add,
So what you have there, Marianne, in your packet, that was the, in 2007, there was approval granted for the dock and boat lift as well as the jet ski lift, and what were at the time for jet ski temporary moorings. That was actually heard, interestingly, while Director of Public Works Rollins was on this commission and was not yet Director of Public Works. Those temporary moorings for jet skis were highly unusual, and there was a lot of fierce debate at that time. They're not in the water now, and the location of the jet ski lift, as it currently stands, as you may be able to see on that hand rendering, creates a water enclosure where you've got an area that's completely boxed in. So that is less than ideal. It is the property owner's intent to move things such that it's going to be more cohesive with the application and to permit anything that wasn't there, and then to potentially have a mooring for their boat as well in case they don't want to park it on the dock.
How much frontage is there?
About 100.
100 feet.
Okay, that's helpful.
So you're well within the littoral boundaries of what you're asking for.
Yeah.
that's our understanding.
Well, we need to see exactly where everything's gonna go.
This is on here. And you're looking
Yeah,
at the same thing.
but some
Do you
of
have
this
this?
is, no.
Yeah, the second page.
Oh, there it is, okay. Way ahead of me.
The house is on the same side of the, is across the street or on the same side as the water?
348 is on the water and 348 is up behind it.
345.
345.
Five, oh, that's where you get two different numbers, okay.
But this drawing is where you actually want things to be placed?
Correct.
Okay. So one appendage is a jet ski lift and one appendage, oh, it's labeled, sorry, okay.
It's late.
so 10, 20, 26, and the trampoline is how wide?
It's 8 feet. I'm 6 feet.
and 8. So let's say 8 for.
At the most, yeah.
So from what you said earlier, the dock is there already and has been approved.
Correct.
The jet ski lift is approved already,
But they're
except
moving
the
the location.
location.
The boat lift is approved already.
And the boat lift is, I didn't hear that the boat lift was approved.
I believe the boat lift was
Yeah.
approved back in 2007.
It was.
Okay, because I heard just the, and then the trampoline is not approved.
Trampoline's not approved, and the mooring buoy that they're requesting is not approved.
What about the
But
temporary
why
mooring?
do you need a mooring buoy if you're putting the jet skis on a lift?
I mean, I think the idea is for a kayak or a paddleboat or something,
You're only allowed 3 vessels on the water.
yep.
So if you're gonna put a mooring buoy and tie a kayak out there, that's 1 vessel.
And then a boat lift and a
Boat
jet ski
lift
lift
is,
is,
now you're up to double jet ski lift, it looks like. So,
That's what was approved. I don't necessarily know that we need a double jet ski lift, if that's an issue. We don't have,
2 jet skis.
yeah.
Okay.
And the temporary moorings are in the water?
No, those are gone. That
Oh,
was
okay,
just part
that's
of
just
it
off
was
the
just-
whole.
That's
Just
what's right.
mentioned, but it's not really
Okay,
relevant.
all right, no, I
But,
understand.
the only thing to mention is the ordinance on the number of, on the limit on the number of vessels is for any point in
Extensive
time.
wide for sure.
Right.
So
It's where
they
the
could
legs
have
are,
a double
not
jet
the
ski lift,
canopy
keep
and
2 jet
everything else.
skis, keep a boat, you know, you can only have 3 vessels at your property on any given day, any given moment.
Right.
So,
Yeah, but I think there's also, I might have this wrong and I don't have the ordinance right in front of me, but, so if we approve this, they've got,
We're accepting it tonight.
okay,
That's where we're at.
but if we get to the point, I mean, what they're asking for, I'm gonna reword it, is 34 feet of coverage, right? And they can have 50% coverage, so they can technically have up to 50 feet of coverage. If there's, I feel like there's a limitation around having moorings if you have this many
there
other
isn't.
things.
We've
no?
done this before, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm not sure that 6x6 really is big enough for a double jet ski lift.
Oh, it's not?
Right.
No.
So but that's all they're asking for, so, and they don't have a jet ski lift yet, although the property has a permit for one. So, and they're not asking to increase that size of the jet ski lift. They're coming in with 6x6 and they're showing you where they're relocating it to take it away from
Okay.
how it increases, how it
But
creates
where
an
I'm-
enclosure.
Where I'm headed here, and it may be a little technical, is if there's 34 feet of coverage and there's a mooring, and they have a boat on that mooring that's longer than 16 feet,
It doesn't
swing.
say anything about that, the ordinance, I mean, like, this does not exceed what the ordinance allows,
right?
but.
boats don't count as structures with regards to total percentage coverage.
Okay.
And in fact, we don't even count the width of a mooring ball in terms of the entire, comprehensive number for coverage.
Okay.
We've never counted it. What would it be, a foot? It's just always kind of just been there and not calculated in the computations.
I think what we're leading to is that we've seen this 10 minutes ago when you sat down, because it was on our desk when we came in here tonight. None of us have had the opportunity to look at it. So I think for purposes of just keeping it less confusing, is that we're gonna accept your application tonight and go to your waterfront during the next few weeks and look at what you're asking for and where you're proposing it, if this is accurate. And we'll make a determination when you come back next month. If there's anything you want to clear up as a result of the brief conversation we've had, talk to Pam. So-
Actually, I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to see some better dimensions, how far the
Yeah,
docks
me
are
too.
from sideline to sideline.
We need
Just-
littoral lines.
Just better direction, better
you know-
dimensions. Is it 100 feet, is it 102 feet, is it 108 feet?
Are you saying we need a survey?
I don't, personally, I don't need a survey.
Well,
but
there
I
is
would-
a survey here, they just need to place it on the survey
Place
with,
on the survey, so it's
with
just
more
clear.
specific, to scale, he's looking also for, distances to your littoral boundaries to be marked.
You've done this a heck of a lot more than I have. Who can we enlist to help
Take a tape measure is fine with me.
100 feet.
If you have 100 feet, and you know, the properties with 40 or 50 feet are concerning to us.
Right.
Where you have 100 feet and clearly you're set back way in and way in on either side, you know, if you're 40 feet in or 38 feet in, we don't, it's immaterial, you know, it's not, you know, pertinent to us. What's the comparison between this and this?
But it's very different.
I don't know, it's part of your
The
application.
other one was the 2007.
That's the one that, I
approved.
guess the previous owner got approved. That was what was
Yeah,
given.
what, the 8.5 by 11 is the.
This.
Yes, that's what was approved. That's what's on file for an approval in 2007.
Okay, so this is what you were asking for now.
That's based on a 2000 survey that
that's
has had
been approved
things
already.
updated on it.
Yeah.
If you're gonna do this yourself, I just recommend maybe blowing up your survey a little bit bigger, so when you're matching the scale that's drawn on the survey to your ruler, you can, you don't need a magnifying glass.
And you're,
And the actual measurements of the, like, the jet ski, okay? The actual measurements of the jet ski.
Well, we don't have one, right, so we'll just put what's approved, which is 6 by 6, right?
I don't know how big
you
they
know what,
come.
We don't know.
go to one of your neighbors and measure a jet ski.
Okay.
You know, they're all standard,
All right.
unless you go to a different model.
Knock on their door first.
Yeah,
and
and
then-
tell them who you
It's
are.
generally inadvisable to go on someone's property and just start measuring their things. I have found that when I have done that, I mostly get
Right,
angry
but
people coming out
seriously,
to
sit
greet me.
down with Pam, and she'll fill you in, Michael will fill you in what we think you need to provide to us. We're not rushing you, but it's 11 o'clock, and we are rushing you.
We're sure you're also tired.
All righty? So we're gonna make a motion to accept, and then,
In a second.
and there's no public,
Well, we have to say it out loud, right?
there's no need for a public hearing,
Not significant, okay.
all right? So a motion to accept, Jeff?
Make a motion to accept,
2226.
2226.
Yep.
And we asked to get tighter dimensions for the next meeting.
Okay, and Pam will help you with what we think we will need, and hopefully next month you'll be finished. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Thank you for being patient,
Oh, you're welcome, thank you.
and if we had this earlier, we would have paid a little more.
I will say, we had a really good excuse last week. Our son was down in Orlando representing Connecticut in the special Olympics.
Hey, wonderful.
Congratulations.
They took fourth place.
All right,
I know.
good,
They didn't get a medal,
congratulations
but
to
They
you.
got a medal from us.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, can we foretell the rest of the agenda? We'll do-
Absolutely.
Don't we need to, like,
Hey,
make
Jim's
a
here.
second and approve?
No, you want to talk to, all right, fill us in on Jim.
Jim said.
He'll go along with anything you say.
Jim's words were, you can pepper me tonight.
I would like to say for the record, thank you to Michael Stankoff. Michael, the packets and Pam.
Pam makes the packet, so
Pam-
I just provide.
Right, you
Don't
see
thank
that?
me. Direct that at her. She
Pam-
stays so
Pam,
late.
Pam, I want to thank for making the packets, but you've been adding things to them, like those close-ups, like the zoom-ins that make it really helpful.
You know what, the staff report.
To analyze what we're
information.
doing, and the staff report, like, this meeting was long because there was a lot to cover, but it would have been much longer had you not done all that work, so thank you very much.
You're welcome. It is literally what you pay me for, but you are welcome.
I just want to
I am
acknowledge
happy
that
to
you
do
do
that.
it well.
Okay.
All right, so we're not
All
gonna
right, we're
discuss
gonna adjourn.
buildings and violations.
Wait, are we peppering
Oh,
Jim?
come on, get out of here.
Jim's here.
I'm done.
Jim's here to speak with us about,
Last week, 'cause I didn't go.
Bring us
So I
up,
only had about 3 questions, if you wanna answer them.
Is this about storm drains?
talk to us about the storm drains. I think that's the most vital thing, really. I know you've been doing it. Is there a schedule that you follow?
Well, the schedule that we follow for storm drains, are you talking around the lake or everywhere?
Around the lake.
So we do storm drain, we try to do every storm drain at least once every 3 years in town. We do Highland Lake at least twice every year, so 6 times the frequency. We do it as soon as we can get on it in the spring, and then we try to do it, at least another time in the fall, so you catch all the sediment over the course of the winter. If possible, we'll sneak it in sweep it first, then we go around, because it doesn't make sense to suck your vacuum out your basins and not sweep. So we sweep it first, then we go back, we suck the basins out, then we usually sweep it again. So we've swept Highland Lake at least 3 times already. We've cleaned the basins at least once. We can clean the basins 3 different ways. Our sweeper also has a suction hose, which is good for the easy basins. We have the old vac truck, which is a little unreliable, which we use for the more stubborn basins where stuff is just really caked in there. And then there's, I don't know, 3 hydrodynamic separators around the lake, which are really, if the water goes in really fast, it spins around, throws the sediment off to the side, and lets the clean water out into the lake. We have, 3 or 4 of those around the lake, and some of them we can't get with our vac truck, so we use the sewer department's vac truck, because it's got more ability to suck from deep, because one of them's, 13 feet deep or something.
Do you,
It's too bad Gary's not here, he was asking about that.
do you maintain a schedule that we can sort of, or alert us to a schedule as to what you accomplish?
Oh, God, I really don't want to do that.
What you've accomplished, yeah.
It's just another.
Only because the question comes up, and we talk about it all the time.
I call them
Is we believe as a commission that most of the contamination of the lake comes from the street. And fertilizer. That's where the lake is being contaminated. And you're saying you suck out the basins at least 3 times each summer or each season?
At least twice.
I'm not gonna challenge that, but I have a basin in front of my house, and I don't see that happening on a regular basis.
Great, so we'll have to.
No, again, that's why I'm asking for a schedule, so that we sort of get
You
it.
want a schedule, or you want
You can
schedule
tell
when
us
it's
after the
happened, or
fact.
you want it when it has happened?
You could tell us after the fact, or after the fact is better, because you've done it
That's what I'm
already.
getting at.
But
Okay.
Steve, to Jeff's point, he talks to Jim once a month?
No, he doesn't.
No, we were both going to do it.
I
I've been away.
catch him when he
I'm at fault here too.
Because
You
I
can't
do-
just
For
pick
most
on-
of the month.
I
You
mean,
just can't pick on him. I was
we
supposed to do it.
created
I didn't
the
get it.
whole-
I'm sorry. this
Look
is
at the
your
minutes for
monthly
the look at the minutes for the last 4 months.
No,
But
it's
if
one time.
If those calls do happen, then Jim can tell them on the call and they can report it to us.
No,
I don't want to create more kind of administrative
anyway,
burden
I don't,
here.
I'm trying to take away administrative burden.
Yeah.
Just added an administrative burden.
any way we
Just
can
add
get,
it so
any,
it's done.
Jim, any way we can get the information will be
Yes.
beneficial.
I know.
That's all.
I know.
Enough said.
I'll get it from him every month.
Okay, good.
Okay?
All right.
You did a dozen catch basins this month.
There you go.
If you didn't,
You want just the lake, or, I mean?
yes.
Yeah.
Well, anything that's in wetlands. No,
Well, there's a
just
lot of
the
catch
lake.
basins
I
that
think
go
just
into
Just
our
the
river.
lake, just the lake.
Okay.
I think for our purposes, 99% of our
Yeah, well, I
involvement
mean,
is just the lake.
Could be all around.
Yeah.
Mad River, it could be all that stuff, we don't need all that.
Yeah, there's a lot.
How much of that budget is going to lake roads?
Which one,
And,
the
well,
bond?
we get, the bond, I mean,
So,
cause you had this plan, we're supposed to start with 4 or 5 sections, and then.
yeah, so there's 2 things going on in that question. I don't know if I have, yes, I do. So we had, in the bond, there was, 15 million or so for roads, and then it was 1 million for, drainage around Highland Lake.
Okay,
So,
that's about half of it, maybe, a third,
10th?
really?
Yeah, everything you do at the lake is just insanely expensive. You have no room to do it, so you have to buy expensive, devices to do it. And it's, it's a bear of a job. So we picked, I think it was 4 of the low-hanging fruit areas, and they have to
Did a
be
couple
done.
across from me,
Yeah.
in the last
And that
month or
was,
so.
that was just something we did on our own, that wasn't even part of that project.
Yeah, I didn't see that one coming, I didn't even know what you were doing, I just
Yeah.
right over it.
We had that's an area where there was ice, for the last 20 winters, and we keep peppering it with salt, that's funny, right?
A little bit.
Oh, peppering.
Um,
Oh, that's funny. I missed that. It's really late.
So we salt it too much and we don't really want that salt around the lake. So we're trying to go after those areas that are a problem. And that's a problem because it had groundwater, you know, that comes down off the mountain and just bleeds up through the bad pavement. We had there was a pipe coming off of either the footing drains or well overflow or gutters or something from a house that was discharging onto the road. So we connected that, we put curtain drains in, deep along the edge of the road to connect into there.
Okay.
We were always told you couldn't do it because it was bedrock in there, which is completely likely. When we dug, you know, we were 3 feet deep the whole way.
Beautiful.
So we got down into the water table, we're gonna grab that water before it can come off and freeze. So, you know,
Beautiful.
those are the little things that we're doing, just like in between all the other projects, just trying to make improvements.
Yeah, they were there for a solid week, maybe
Yeah.
7
Yeah.
days.
But we should have, I think we really went a long way towards resolving one of those really nasty, nasty sections. We put in a basin, added a sump, where there wasn't one. We're capturing water before it causes problems. So that was a project we've been wanting to do. Part of it took us so long because it would never dry out. We have, you know, several other spots like that we'd like to attack. It's just, you know, finding the time to do that.
Around the lake.
You know, yeah.
But that's not part, his original question was part of the study
That's-
bonding, that's just out of budget, right?
That was just, that was
Yeah.
just something completely
Just-
separate.
yeah,
So
good.
the areas that we, 4 or 5 areas that we have, if you come down Mountain Road, you get to the Wakefield Boulevard, you took a right, there's a stretch that goes down towards that house that Clausen, you know, built. That stretch there's a, you know, kind of a crappy basin and a crappy discharge into the lake. Well, the town owns that parcel, on the lake side, so we have some space that we can do some kind of a hydrodynamic separator or water quality swale or something. So the engineers are working on that.
That's not done yet.
No, well, the engineering is, it's probably at the 60% mark.
I'm gonna have to excuse myself.
All right?
Did we adjourn?
Bonnie?
We are.
Oh.
We're adjourned.
Are we gonna,
We didn't
let's,
officially,
we should, for the record, just note, are we adjourned? Are we officially adjourned? And
I
then
don't
we're just
think
doing
we're
this off the
adjourned.
record with Jim?
Yeah, thank you.
No, I thought we were
We
still
weren't
in
adjourned.
motion. I don't think.
Pam
we were
walked away with the thing, so I just assumed
Oh, I
we were
didn't even know
adjourned,
she
but
was
I
gone.
don't
I
know.
thought so too.
adjourned. Oh, I didn't know she was
All
gone.
right, you're on Peppered.
All right.
Okay,
Okay.
You're on
anyway,
Peppered.
we can read this.
Thank you,
I'll talk to you
Jim.
next,
Yeah, okay.
this is the 20th, I'll give you a call on the 20th.
No, but that's great, just, I mean, I didn't realize that we were adjourned.